Hey guys, tonight we're stepping into the most suspiciously perfect room in all of 1950s America. Not the fallout shelter, not the kitchen where someone is trying to convince the family that tuna belongs inside lime gelatin. The living room. That's right, the sacred showroom of the American home. The place where the furniture is too clean, the carpet is too pale, the candy dish is apparently protected by federal law, and the sofa is wrapped in plastic so loud it could wake a sleeping uncle 3 counties away. So before you sink into this quiet little museum of mid-century family pressure, go ahead and like this video and subscribe to the Nostalgian, especially if you enjoy falling asleep to soft stories about old America hidden rules and the emotional damage caused by matching curtains. Leave a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is now. Dim the lights, turn the fan on low, and get comfortable, preferably somewhere your legs will not stick to the furniture. Now look closely. There is a family portrait on the wall. Father is standing in the back wearing a suit the colour of office carpet and silent responsibility. Mother is seated in front of him, smiling like she has just remembered something is burning in the oven, but the photographer has already counted to 3. The children are lined up in their Sunday clothes, hair combed into submission shoes, polished collars, stiff faces scrubbed until childhood itself has nearly been removed. Everybody is smiling, not because everyone is happy, because that is what families do when the camera comes out. The picture tells a simple story. Here is a good home, here is a strong father, here is a cheerful mother. Here are obedient children who definitely do not fight over cereal throw socks behind the radiator or ask dangerous questions during dinner. Here is a house where the floors shine, the curtains match, the lawn is trimmed and no one has ever cried quietly in the pantry while waiting for the potatoes to boil. That was the magic trick. The 1950s family picture did not just show a family, it sold an idea. A whole shining little dream with a roof, a driveway, a refrigerator, a television set, and a father who knew where the fuse box was. After the Depression and the war, that dream could feel deeply comforting. A safe home mattered. A steady paycheck mattered. Children sleeping in their own beds mattered. A kitchen full of food mattered. But somewhere along the way, comfort became performance. And performance, as every 1950s mother with a vacuum cleaner the size of a small tractor could tell you, is exhausting. The hidden rule was this: look fine, not be fine. Look fine. If the neighbours came by, you smiled. If company visited, you brought out the good glasses. If someone asked how things were going, the correct answer was wonderful. Even if the washing machine had flooded the basement, the children had declared war over a toy truck, and Dad had been staring at the same newspaper page for 20 minutes because his mind was somewhere between the mortgage payment and a quiet personal collapse. There were rules for everyone in that picture. Dad had to look steady. He was the provider, which in the 1950s was less of a job description and more of a life sentence with a briefcase. He left the house every morning shaved, button-tied, and smelling like aftershave, strong enough to make houseplants reconsider their future. He drove into town with all the other fathers, each one sealed inside a large chrome automobile, each one pretending that traffic office politics and the possibility of being replaced by a younger man named Bill were all perfectly manageable. If Dad was worried, he called it being practical. If he was sad, he called it being tired. If he was afraid, he changed the subject to baseball taxes or why the neighbour's lawn had gone to pieces. A good father did not say, "I feel lost." He said, "Where did I put my pipe?" And then there was Mother. Mother was the engine behind the photograph. The soft smile, the clean collar, the polished table, the remembered birthdays, the thank you notes, the casseroles, the emergency cookies, the curtains, the dentist appointments, the church clothes, the school forms, and the strange belief that a home could be held together with starch lipstick and moral determination. In the photograph, she looks calm. Of course she does. That was part of the uniform. A 1950s mother could be running on 4 hours of sleep, 2 cups of coffee, half a sandwich eaten standing up, and a private fear that she had somehow failed at happiness, and still she was expected to look pleasant when the doorbell rang. Her house was supposed to be clean but not sterile, modern but not showy, comfortable but not messy, welcoming but not so welcoming that anyone thought standards had slipped. The living room was her battlefield. The kitchen was her command centre. The laundry room was where hope went to be sorted by colour. And the strange part was that if she did everything well, much of her work disappeared. The children looked neat. The table was set. The towels were folded. The refrigerator was full. The beds were made so tightly they seemed personally opposed to sleep. People came over and said, "What a lovely home." Not "you must be exhausted." Not "how are you really doing?" Just "what a lovely home." And she smiled again, because what else was she supposed to do, throw the jello mold through the picture window? The children had their own assignment. They were not merely children. They were public evidence of private success. A polite child meant good parents. A clean child meant order. A child who sat still in church meant the family might survive the decade without scandal. But one bad report card comment, one tantrum in the supermarket, one unfortunate incident involving mud-white socks, and Mrs. Henderson's freshly waxed floor, and suddenly the whole family reputation was wobbling like a gelatin salad at a church picnic. Children learned very early that the house had danger zones. The kitchen was busy, the hallway was for rushing, the basement was for laundry, canned goods, and spiders with unclear political views. But the living room was different. The living room was not for living. It was for visitors. Christmas photographs, serious conversations, and furniture that seemed to exist mainly to accuse you. The sofa was covered in plastic. The chairs had arms too polished for human contact. The coffee table held magazines arranged in a fan shape no actual person had ever used. There was often a candy dish full of butterscotch peppermints or mysterious wrapped things that had been there since the Truman administration. You did not touch them. You admired them from a respectful distance, like museum artifacts or adult emotions. The perfect family picture depended on the same rule as the perfect living room. Nothing could look disturbed. Not the pillows, not the curtains, not the marriage, not the children, not the quiet worry sitting in the corner with a cigarette and a newspaper. The whole house had to send one message to the world. We are fine, and the world was watching. That is something modern people sometimes forget. In many 1950s, neighborhoods' privacy was more of a rumor than a daily reality. The picture window showed just enough. The front lawn reported on your discipline, the driveway reported on your income, the laundry line reported on your domestic management. The children reported on everything else, usually by accident. Neighbors noticed if dad came home late. They noticed if mother skipped lipstick. They noticed if the grass grew too long, if the curtains changed, if a strange car sat outside too often, if a child talked back, if someone raised their voice, or if the garbage can stayed at the curb past the socially approved hour. There were no security cameras. There were Venetian blinds, and behind those blinds an entire intelligence network of women pretending to water geraniums. So families performed. They performed at church, they performed at school, they performed at work picnics where fathers laughed at jokes from supervisors they did not like. They performed at PTA meetings where mothers carried casseroles as if entering a diplomatic summit. They performed at dinner, passing the potatoes carefully around all the subjects nobody wanted to touch. Money, marriage, fear, loneliness, anger, disappointment, the future. All of it waited quietly under the table while everyone complimented the roast. And to be fair, many of those families did love each other. That is what makes it complicated. This was not one big fake smile stretched across a decade. There was tenderness in those homes. There were fathers who checked the oil before a family trip because that was how they said, "I want you safe." There were mothers who cut sandwiches into triangles because care sometimes came shaped like geometry. There were children who remembered warm kitchens, Saturday cartoons, Christmas lights, and the smell of their father's jacket when he came in from the cold. But love and pressure can live in the same house. Sometimes they even sit at the same dinner table. The famous 1950s family image also left many people outside the frame. The smiling suburban family shown in television shows and advertisements was often white middle-class Christian and able to buy into neighborhoods where others were quietly or openly excluded. Many American families did not have that doorway open to them. Race, class, religion, and housing discrimination shaped who got to appear in the national dream and who was expected to remain politely invisible. So the perfect family picture was not just hiding private trouble, it was also hiding the borders of the dream itself. Who was allowed in? Who was kept out? Who got the house with the lawn? Who cleaned it? Who watched it from somewhere else? That is the darker edge of the photograph. Not a dramatic darkness with thunder and secret staircases, but a softer, heavier kind. The darkness of silence. The darkness of having a role before having a voice. The darkness of being told your life was perfect, and then wondering why you felt so tired inside it. Look back at the portrait now. Father's hand on the chair. Mother's smile held a second too long. The children stiff in their good clothes. The polished lamp. The untouched candy. The clean carpet. The whole little universe arranged for approval. It is beautiful in a way. It is also nervous, because behind that perfect family picture someone has just hidden the toys in a closet. Someone has whispered behave. Someone has straightened a collar too sharply. Someone has decided not to mention the bill in the drawer. Someone has swallowed a sentence that will not be spoken for years. And when the flash goes off, everyone relaxes for half a second. Just half a second. Then the performance starts again. The portrait goes into its frame. The living room returns to stillness. The television hums in the corner. The curtains hang exactly right. Outside, the neighborhood settles under the soft evening light, every house glowing like a promise, every window hiding its own small weather. And in just a few hours morning will come. The alarm clock will rattle like a tiny household emergency. The coffee will begin to percolate. Mother will reach for her lipstick before the sun has fully made up its mind. Father will unfold the newspaper like a shield. The children will stumble into the kitchen in pajamas already expected to sit straight, chew quietly, and prepare for another day of looking like a family that has everything under control. Because in 1950s America the perfect family picture did not end when the camera clicked. It simply moved to the breakfast table. Congratulations! You've just woken up in a 1950s American house before the sun has fully committed to the day. The bedroom is cold in that special old house way where the blankets are warm. The floor is hostile, and somewhere down the hall an alarm clock is screaming like it has seen the future and wants no part of it. The wallpaper is floral. The air smells faintly of laundry starch, floor wax, and the kind of dust nobody admits exists because Mother cleaned yesterday. You lie there for one dangerous second considering rebellion. Maybe you could stay in bed. Maybe the family could begin without you. Maybe breakfast school manners posture and the entire machinery of respectable American life could simply wait. Absolutely not. From the kitchen comes the first signal of civilization. The percolator begins its little nervous song. Glug, hiss, bubble, spit. a machine making coffee with all the calm of a government warning siren. Then comes the scrape of a chair, the soft thud of cabinet doors, the click of a gas burner, and the unmistakable sound of mother already awake, already dressed enough to be seen by a delivery man, already fighting the day with a spatula. It is not even 7 o'clock, and yet the performance has begun. Breakfast in the 1950s is not merely breakfast. It is a daily inspection disguised as a meal, a little morning pageant where every person at the table must prove that the family system still works. Dad must look ready for work. Mother must look cheerful about having been awake since the moon was still on duty. Children must look clean, obedient, and grateful for eggs cooked to the texture of roofing material. You shuffle down the hallway in pajamas, trying not to step on the coldest parts of the floor, which somehow know where your bare feet are. The kitchen light is already on. Too bright. Always too bright. It shines on the linoleum like a small interrogation chamber. The table is set, not casually set, carefully set. Plates aligned, napkins, folded juice glasses waiting like tiny orange judges. Mother stands at the stove in a house dress and slippers, hairpinned lipstick already applied, because in this house, emotional collapse may happen, but not before lipstick. She moves quickly. Toast in, eggs stirred, bacon turned. Lunchboxes lined up on the counter like metal soldiers heading into combat. One child gets peanut butter, another gets bologna. Someone gets an apple that has clearly been polished for public relations purposes. There is wax paper. There is a thermos. There are cookies counted with a fairness system more delicate than international diplomacy. Dad appears next. Pressed shirt, tie not yet fully tightened, hair damp from the sink, face shaved into submission. He smells like soap aftershave and quiet dread. He carries the newspaper under one arm as if it contains both world affairs and the emotional shield necessary to survive them. He sits at the head of the table because of course he does. That chair is less furniture than constitutional law. He opens the paper, and just like that a wall goes up. On one side of the newspaper is Dad preparing to enter the working world of traffic supervisors, pensions office jokes, and men named Frank who slap each other on the back too hard. On the other side is the family trying not to spill anything. The headlines are full of Cold War tension, union disputes, baseball scores, and some local man winning a prize for growing a pumpkin large enough to alarm the county. Dad reads them all with the same expression, a face that says the world may be ending, but first I need coffee. Mother pours it for him, black hot and strong enough to wake ancestors. The steam rises like a small offering. Dad takes a sip and returns to the paper. This is not rudeness. This is ritual. A father at breakfast does not chatter. He absorbs information, consumes toast, and occasionally says something profound like weather's turning. Everyone understands this means he is participating. Now the children arrive fully, one by one, sleepy, rumpled, and suspicious of the day. Hair has been combed or will soon be attacked. Pajamas are replaced with school clothes that are too stiff, too tight, or somehow both. A boy's shirt collar scratches his neck like a moral lesson. A girl's socks must be pulled to equal height because uneven socks are apparently the first step toward juvenile delinquency. You sit down. Immediately the rules close around you. No elbows on the table. Sit up straight. Don't gulp your milk. Don't talk with your mouth full. Don't make faces at your sister. Don't read the cereal box too closely because then you might notice the cartoon tiger seems happier than anyone in the room. The food arrives with cheerful force. Eggs, toast, bacon, maybe oatmeal if the household is feeling practical and slightly punitive. Orange juice comes from concentrate mixed with cold water and optimism. Cereal is poured from a box decorated with bright promises, and enough sugar to launch a small child into orbit by 8:15. Milk splashes onto the plastic tablecloth, which has a texture somewhere between a raincoat and a hospital curtain. Mother notices instantly. Of course she does. Mother notices everything. The drip of juice down a glass, the missing homework folder, the shoe that should have been polished last night, the child trying to hide the burned corner of toast under the plate, as if dealing with classified evidence. She's not sitting so much as orbiting. A little coffee for Dad. More toast. Where is your spelling paper? Did you brush your teeth? Don't forget your lunch money. Your father needs the car keys. Stop kicking the table leg. Who left socks in the hallway? Why is there a marble in the sugar bowl? Nobody knows. The marble, like most family mysteries, will be blamed on the youngest. Breakfast is supposed to look easy. That is the trick. In advertisements, morning glows. Mother smiles beside a shining toaster. Father laughs over coffee. Children eat cereal with sparkling enthusiasm, as if whole grains and obedience have finally joined hands. The kitchen looks clean before anyone has used it. Nobody is late. Nobody cries because a shoe has vanished. Nobody discovers that the dog has eaten part of a homework assignment and somehow looks proud. Real breakfast is different. Real breakfast is a race against the clock with toast crumbs, shoe polish, newsprint, sibling warfare, and one mother holding back chaos with a butter knife. The clock on the wall ticks louder than necessary. It is not just telling time, it is judging you. Every minute has a purpose. Dad must leave by 7:20. The children must be out by 7:45. The bus will not wait. The school bell will not care. The office will not accept burnt toast as an explanation. So the meal becomes a rehearsal for the day's larger performance. Dad practices being composed. Mother practices being cheerful. Children practice being manageable. Everyone practices not saying the thing they're really thinking. Dad may be worried about money, but he asks if anyone has seen his cufflinks. Mother may be exhausted, but she says eat while it's hot. A child may be afraid of a spelling test, a bully, or the mysterious smell in the school hallway, but says nothing because breakfast is not for fear. Breakfast is for fuel manners and getting out the door looking like your family has not recently negotiated a treaty over the bathroom sink. Sometimes someone breaks the script. A child complains about the eggs. The room changes, not dramatically. No thunder, no shattered glass. Just a pause. A slight tightening around Mother's mouth. Dad lowers the newspaper half an inch. The sibling across the table freezes with toast halfway to face delighted and terrified. You have insulted breakfast. You have not simply commented on eggs. You have challenged labour gratitude, the household budget, and possibly Western civilization. Mother says there are children who would be very glad to have those eggs. Nobody knows exactly which children. They're usually located somewhere far away, vaguely European, and apparently desperate for overcooked breakfast food. But the point lands. You eat the eggs, you thank her, you learn the lesson. In this house, hunger may be discussed. Preference is more dangerous. By the end of breakfast, the pageant begins to collapse. The plates are messy. The toast rack is empty except for one hard triangle nobody wants. The cereal box lies open. The coffee has gone cold. Dad folds the newspaper with final authority. That sound means he is leaving. He stands, tightens his tie, pats his pockets, wallet keys, cigarettes, change, the sacred inventory of the American working man. Mother appears with his lunch, or a reminder or a kiss on the cheek that is quick practiced, and slightly interrupted by the fact that someone is yelling from the bathroom about toothpaste. Dad heads for the door. His shoes cross the clean floor. His hat goes on. For 1 second he turns back and looks at the room, his family, his responsibility, his little kingdom of toast crumbs and unpaid bills. Then he leaves. The door closes. The car starts outside, coughing first, then rumbling awake like a chrome animal. The driveway crunches under the tyres. He's gone into the river of men leaving similar houses, carrying similar briefcases and wearing similar faces. Inside, the children scatter. Book bags, lunch boxes, coats, permission slips, one missing mitten, one last sip of milk. One final warning from mother not to run, not to be late, not to forget what she just told you, although nobody's entirely sure what that was. The school bus groans somewhere down the street. Panic rises. Shoes slap against the floor. The front door opens and closes, opens and closes. And then suddenly the house is quiet. Not peaceful exactly. Quiet. The kind of quiet that arrives after everyone has taken what they need and left the evidence behind. Mother stands in the kitchen among the remains of the first battle of the day. Plates stacked, toast crumbs scattered, egg pan cooling on the stove, a smear of jelly on the table, someone's napkin on the floor. The percolator gives one last tired click, as if even the coffee has had enough. This is the part the family photograph never shows. The kitchen after the performance, the smile lowered, the shoulders dropping. The woman alone with the dish as the clock, and the knowledge that in just a few hours they will all come back hungry again. She rinses the plates, wipes the table, picks up the napkin. Maybe she drinks the last cold inch of coffee from her cup, while standing at the sink looking out at the backyard where morning light is beginning to settle on the grass. For a moment the house belongs only to her. Then the next chore begins. Because in 1950s America breakfast was never just a meal. It was proof. Proof that the father was still providing. Proof that the mother was still managing. Proof that the children were still being shaped into respectable little citizens with clean collars and mild fear of authority. And tomorrow before sunrise the whole thing will happen again. The alarm will ring, the coffee will hiss, the eggs will harden, the newspaper will open, the children will be reminded about elbow shoes, homework and gratitude. And somewhere behind the warm smell of toast and bacon, the quiet rules of the family will take their seats at the table before anyone else does. By 8:03 in the morning, the house is finally empty, which is supposed to mean peace. That is adorable. The children have vanished towards school with their lunch boxes, their sharpened pencils, and at least one forgotten permission slip that will somehow become Mother's fault by dinner. Dad has driven away in his chrome land yacht carrying his briefcase, his hat, and the quiet belief that because he earns the paycheck, the house must simply run itself between sunrise and supper. And now Mother stands in the kitchen, alone, surrounded by the wreckage of family civilization. There are plates in the sink, toast crumbs on the table, a jelly smear shaped vaguely like Nebraska, a wet spoon abandoned on the counter for reasons known only to a child and possibly the Department of Agriculture. The frying pan sits on the stove cooling in a layer of bacon grease that will have to be dealt with before it becomes a permanent member of the household. The percolator clicks one last time like it is offering condolences. This is where the magazines usually stopped looking. In the advertisements, the 1950s mother is always smiling beside something shiny. A washing machine, a refrigerator, a vacuum cleaner, a box of cake mix, a detergent promising whiter whites, brighter colours, and possibly salvation. She's never hunched over a sink scraping dried egg from a plate, while wondering if she has enough energy to feel anything today. But real motherhood in the 1950s was not one smiling moment beside a new appliance. It was 1,000 small jobs stacked on top of each other until the woman underneath became almost invisible. The hidden rule was simple. The house had to smile even when she could not. Not literally, of course. Houses do not smile, they gleam. They smell like lemon polish. They keep their curtains even from the street. They offer visitors coffee in cups that match. They hide laundry behind closed doors. They pretend no one has ever slammed a cabinet cried into a dish towel or considered throwing a meatloaf into the neighbour's hedge just to feel alive. A good house made everyone comfortable, except often the woman responsible for it. Mother begins with the dishes, hot water soap rinse stack. The rhythm is familiar enough to do half asleep, which is helpful because she might be. She wipes the counters, sweeps the floor, shakes crumbs from the plastic tablecloth, and restores the kitchen to its official state of cheerful readiness. Not because anyone is coming over, because someone might. That was the terror. The unexpected knock, a neighbour dropping by, a church lady collecting for the rummage sale, the mailman needing a signature, a relative appearing without warning carrying gossip judgment and a bundt cake with unclear motives. The house had to be ready for inspection at any hour, not government inspection. Worse, social inspection. You could survive a government pamphlet. You might not survive Mrs. Henderson noticing dust on the television screen. So Mother moves from room to room. She straightens the sofa cushions, the ones no one is supposed to disturb because the living room is less a living room than a shrine to upholstery. She fluffs pillows into obedient little squares. She checks the ashtrays. Even if no one has smoked in that room since Sunday, the ashtrays must look prepared, because hospitality in 1950s, America apparently required crystal bowls full of mints and a place for everyone's lung damage. Then comes the vacuum. The vacuum cleaner is not a tool. It is a domestic animal with wheels a cord and a deep personal grudge. It weighs roughly as much as a small automobile and makes enough noise to drown out your own thoughts, which may be one of its better features. Mother drags it across the carpet, leaving those sacred parallel lines that announce to the world that someone here is trying. Those lines matter. Vacuum tracks are the housewife's crop circles, proof of labour, proof of order, proof that if the neighbours walk in unexpectedly, they will not find chaos. They will find a woman who has wrestled the dust into submission before lunch. And this is the strange trap of the 1950s home. A messy house said something about the woman. A clean house said nothing. If the floors were dirty, people noticed. If the floors were spotless, that was just how things should be. If dinner was late, everyone felt the crisis. If dinner appeared on time every night, hot and portioned and accompanied by something green enough to count as a vegetable, nobody called it a miracle. They called it Tuesday. Mother dusts the mantel, and there is the family portrait again. Father steady. Children polished. Mother smiling. She pauses for half a second. Maybe she sees herself there frozen in that pleasant expression forever. Neat forever, composed forever, just before company arrives. Maybe she remembers the moment behind the photograph. The child who would not stop fidgeting. The husband asking how much longer this would take. The photographer saying beautiful, hold still. The way she smiled so hard her face hurt. Then she keeps dusting, because the mantle will not polish itself. By mid-morning the laundry begins. Laundry in the 1950s is presented as modern convenience, which is technically true in the same way a lawnmower is more convenient than cutting grass with scissors. The washing machine shakes, rattles, and threatens to march across the basement like it has enlisted. Whites must be separated, colours must be watched, delicates must be handled with the caution usually reserved for diplomatic cables. There is bluing, there is starch, there are clothespins, there is a clothesline waiting in the yard like a public announcement of family hygiene. Even laundry had rules. Sheets could be seen, towels acceptable, children's shirts fine. Certain underthings had to be hidden carefully behind more respectable fabrics, because apparently the entire neighbourhood could survive nuclear anxiety, but not the sight of practical women's underwear moving gently in the breeze. Mother pins the clothes with quiet speed. 1 shirt, 2 socks, a row of pillowcases snapping in the morning air. Somewhere nearby, a neighbour is doing the same thing, which means there is probably a silent competition happening. Whose sheets are whiter, whose line is straighter, whose family appears least likely to be falling apart behind the breakfast dishes. Nobody says this out loud. They do not have to. The language is written in laundry. After the washing comes the planning. Dinner is already beginning in her mind before lunch has even arrived. What is in the refrigerator? What can be stretched? What will Dad eat without making that face? What will the children complain about? Least. Can leftover ham become casserole? Can casserole become lunch? Can Jell-O become salad if you suspend enough fruit in it and refuse to answer questions? The pantry is a battlefield of cans, boxes, and optimism. Cream of mushroom soup waits like a loyal soldier. Tuna stands ready for duty. Noodles, crackers, canned peas, evaporated milk, and a suspicious jar of relish all offer themselves to the cause. Somewhere in the back is a can with no label which Mother keeps, because waste is a sin and mystery is sometimes dinner. The phone rings. Of course it does. She wipes her hands on her apron and answers in her pleasant voice. The voice has layers. There is the real woman somewhere underneath. Then there is the public woman, polished and careful. And on top of that, the telephone woman, bright enough to convince anyone listening that she has not just been kneeling on the floor cleaning something sticky from beneath the table. It is a neighbour. There is talk of the bake sale, the school pageant, someone's new curtains, and whether the family on the corner seems a little odd. Mother says very little and learns everything. She understands the economy of gossip. Spend too much and you become poor. Save too much and people wonder what you're hiding. So she gives just enough. A small laugh, a sympathetic sound, a carefully harmless detail. Nothing that can be used against her at church. By noon she eats lunch standing up. Maybe half a sandwich. Maybe the crusts left from the children's lunches. Maybe coffee reheated until it tastes like punishment. She might sit for a moment, but not too long. Sitting is dangerous. Sitting can become thinking. Thinking can become realizing that the day is only halfway over and her work has no visible finish line. The magazines called this fulfillment. The doctors might call her tired. The neighbours might call her lucky. She may not know what to call it at all. That was another rule. Do not name the emptiness too clearly. If she felt overwhelmed, it was nerves. If she felt lonely, she needed to get out more. If she felt restless, perhaps she should join another committee, because nothing cures spiritual suffocation like being assigned napkins for the spring luncheon. If she wanted something beyond the house, that desire had to be folded carefully and stored somewhere private like good linens or old letters. And yet she was not without pride. That matters. She knew how to make things work. She knew how to stretch $1, soothe a child, remove stains, calm a husband, host relatives, remember birthdays, and turn 3 suspicious leftovers into something called supper surprise. She held the family calendar in her head. She knew who needed new shoes, which neighbour could be trusted, what teacher was strict, what bill was due, and how long the roast could stay in the oven before hope became smoke. The house smiled because she made it smile. She arranged the flowers. She polished the glass. She opened the curtains just enough. She kept the family photograph dust-free. She made home feel safe even when she did not always feel safe inside her own expectations. By afternoon, the school day begins to move toward her like weather. Soon the children will return, bringing noise hunger papers to sign stories, half-told shoes, untied feelings unnamed, and crumbs. Always crumbs. The house which she has spent hours restoring will be invaded by the very people it exists to shelter. She looks around once more. The living room is neat. The kitchen is reset. The laundry is moving on the line. Dinner has begun its slow transformation from ingredients into responsibility. For a brief moment it all looks effortless. That is the illusion. That is the art. That is the trap. In the 1950s, the mother who kept the house smiling was often expected to disappear behind the smile. Her labour became warmth. Her worry became order. Her exhaustion became dinner. Her loneliness became a clean hallway, a folded towel, a polished table, a plate placed gently in front of someone else. And when the front door finally opens and the children come tumbling in with the force of a small weather event, she turns toward them with the face everyone knows, bright, ready, mother. Because the house has been smiling all day, and now she has to smile with it. Every morning Dad disappears, not dramatically, of course. There is no fog machine, no tragic violin, no final speech about the burden of manhood delivered beside the toaster. He simply puts on his hat, picks up his briefcase, kisses. Mother somewhere near the cheek reminds one child to keep his grades up, and walks out the front door like a man reporting for duty in a war fought with time cards and indigestion. Outside the driveway is waiting. So is the car, a long shining chrome-heavy beast with tail fins, bench seats, and an ashtray large enough to suggest that the automobile industry had already accepted certain things about American stress. The car is not just transportation, it is Dad's morning capsule, his private little metal office before the office, a place where he can smoke, listen to the news, grip the steering wheel, and become someone less soft before the world sees him. He slides behind the wheel. The engine turns over with a cough, a groan, and then a roar. The kind of sound that makes the neighbours understand this household still has a working provider. The garage door is open. The newspaper is folded beside him. The lunch Mother packed sits on the seat, wrapped in wax paper and expectation. Somewhere inside is a sandwich. Maybe bologna, maybe ham, maybe something left over that has been given a second chance under mustard. Dad pulls out, and just like that the first shift is over. The home shift. Now begins the commute. In the 1950s, commuting was more than driving to work. It was a daily migration of men in hats, all leaving similar houses in similar cars at similar hours, carrying similar worries they would never call worries because that sounded too dramatic and possibly unmanly. They drove from new suburbs toward downtown offices, factories, agencies, sales floors, banks, insurance buildings and companies, with names that sounded like they manufactured either appliances or mild despair. The road fills slowly. One Chevrolet, one Ford, one Plymouth, one Oldsmobile polished so brightly it looks like a small patriotic parade. Each car carries one father, each father carrying a whole household on his back, or at least believing he does because that is what everyone has told him since he was old enough to tie a tie. He provides. That is the word. Not merely works, provides. A word with weight. A word with a mortgage in it. A word with children's shoes, doctor bills, school supplies, church envelopes, gasoline insurance premiums, and the new refrigerator humming back home like a reminder with chrome handles. Dad's job may not be heroic. He may spend 8 hours filing forms, selling policies, tightening bolts, supervising inventory, adding figures, or sitting under fluorescent lights, while a man named Mr. Carlson explains productivity using a chart nobody understands. But the job is sacred because the job feeds the family. It keeps the curtains clean, the car in the driveway, the lawn seeded, and the children in socks that match closely enough to pass inspection. So Dad drives. The radio crackles with morning news, baseball scores, weather, a report from Washington, Another mention of the Soviets because apparently the 1950s cannot let a man enjoy one cigarette in peace. The announcer speaks with calm authority, as if nuclear anxiety and traffic conditions belong in the same polite tone. Dad listens, eyes forward, jaw set, one hand resting on the wheel, like he is steering not just the car but the entire concept of stability. Maybe he thinks about money. Maybe he thinks about the raise he did not get. Maybe he thinks about the supervisor who keeps hinting that younger men are faster with new systems. Maybe he thinks about how mother looked tired this morning, but he does not know how to ask about it without opening a door he has not been trained to walk through. So he does what men around him do. He keeps quiet. Silence for the 1950s. Father is not always coldness. Sometimes it is armor. Sometimes it is habit. Sometimes it is the only emotional language he was handed along with a razor, a wallet, and instructions to stand up straight. Many men of that era had come through depression, war, military service, hard childhoods, or families where tenderness was rationed like sugar. They learned early that feelings were not tools, they were leaks, and a man was not supposed to leak. At the office, Dad becomes part of the machinery. He parks in a lot full of cars that all seem to have been copied from the same respectable blueprint. Men step out in suits, hats, polished shoes, and expressions of disciplined resignation. They nod to one another. Morning Jim, morning Bob, morning Al. Nobody says I had a dream last night that I missed a payment and the house swallowed me whole. That would be frowned upon. Inside, the air smells like paper coffee, smoke, ink and ambition that has been sitting too long in a drawer. The clock on the wall is already judging everyone. Desks line up in rows, phones ring, typewriters clack, files move from one pile to another with the solemnity of government documents, even if they are only about shipping invoices or quarterly sales in Toledo. Dad hangs his hat. The day begins. There are rules here too. Do not complain too much. Do not seem too eager. Do not seem lazy. Laugh at the boss's joke even if it has been making the rounds since 1949 and should have been retired with honours. Keep your tie straight. Keep your desk orderly. Keep your opinions safe unless they match the room. If someone asks how the family is, say fine. If someone asks how work is, say busy. If someone asks how you'll pretend the question is about the weather. The office is full of men performing competence. Some are good at it. Some are terrified. Almost all of them know that one bad year, one layoff, one illness, one unlucky decision, and the shining family picture back home could start to wobble. The new middle-class dream looks sturdy from the street, but inside it are payment plans, expectations, and the quiet fear of falling backward. A man can own a house and still feel chaste. At lunch, Dad opens the paper bag from home. There is the sandwich. There is the apple. Maybe a cookie if the household economy has been merciful. He eats with other men in a cafeteria at his desk or on a bench outside if the weather permits optimism. Conversation stays practical. Cars, sports, the price of something. A little politics, but not too much unless everyone already agrees. A joke about wives spending money at the department store which gets laughter, because jokes are safer than admitting everyone depends on those wives to keep life functioning. Someone talks about a new subdivision. Someone mentions a brother-in-law doing well in sales. Someone complains about taxes. Someone lights another cigarette. The smoke rises, and with it 1,000 unsaid things. Nobody says I barely knew my children. Nobody says my wife seems lonely and I do not know how to reach her. Nobody says I sit in my car sometimes after work because the quiet between the office and the house is the only quiet that belongs to me. Instead, they discuss the Yankees. By 5 o'clock, Dad is released back into the world. The tie is slightly loosened. The shirt collar feels tighter. His face has that after-work look, not quite sadness, not quite irritation, more like a man who has spent all day being useful and now has to remember how to be human before reaching the driveway. The commute home is different from the commute in. Morning had purpose, evening has residue. The road is crowded again with fathers returning to their identical kingdoms, each man carrying the dust of the day into the family car. The radio plays soft music now, or the news again, which is less relaxing than advertised. The sun lowers. The windows glow in the houses. Somewhere every kitchen is moving toward dinner with military precision and a cream of mushroom backup plan. Dad may stop for gas. Maybe he talks to the attendant about the weather or how the car has been pulling a little to the right. This is acceptable male intimacy. Mechanical concern, tire pressure, oil, spark plugs, things that can be named, inspected and repaired without anyone having to say the word feelings. Then he drives the last few blocks home. The neighborhood is calm but not restful. Lawns trimmed, bikes in driveways, curtains glowing, other fathers arriving, other mothers watching the clock, children somewhere between homework and disaster. The houses look peaceful from the street, which is the whole point. Dad pulls into the driveway. For a moment he does not get out. This is important. It is only a few seconds, maybe a minute. Long enough to finish the cigarette. Long enough to fold the workday into some private compartment before stepping inside. Long enough to become father again. Not employee, not subordinate, not worried man in traffic. Father, provider, husband, the man who is supposed to know what to do. Inside, the family hears the car. Mother adjusts dinner. Children either run to the door or immediately hide evidence of whatever they're not supposed to be doing. The dog, if there is one, offers the most emotionally honest greeting in the house. Dad enters. The house receives him like a visiting official. How was your day? Fine. That is the answer. Fine covers everything. Fine covers the argument at work, the traffic, the bill. He remembered the fear he will not say, the small humiliation, the long boredom, the ache in his back, the strange feeling that life is moving exactly as promised and still somehow slipping past him. He hangs up his hat. He places the briefcase down. He washes his hands. Dinner is nearly ready. And now comes the evening performance of fatherhood. He must be present but not too exposed. Interested but not overwhelmed. Firm but not cruel. Relaxed but still authoritative. He reads the paper in his chair, offers corrections to homework, asks about school, in a tone that suggests he would prefer short answers, and waits for dinner like a man waiting for a train he paid for. At the table he carves, serves nods, listens halfway, and occasionally delivers wisdom in small practical bricks. Work hard. Don't talk back. Listen to your mother. Money doesn't grow on trees. No, we are not buying a pony. The children may see him as strict. Mother may see him as distant. The neighbours may see him as respectable. His employer may see him as replaceable. He sees himself perhaps as a man doing what he is supposed to do, and that is the cage, not a cage without love, a cage made of duty. The 1950s father was often praised for providing but rarely invited to be known. His silence was treated as strength until it became a wall. His work was honoured until it swallowed him. His authority was expected until tenderness felt risky. He could fix a leaky pipe balance, a checkbook mow the lawn, and teach a child how to shake hands, but he might not know how to say "I am scared too," so he stayed quiet. And in that quiet, the family built stories about him. Dad is tired. Dad is serious. Dad does not like noise. Dad wants his chair. Dad has had a long day. All true, maybe. But not the whole truth. Because somewhere under the hat, the aftershave, the briefcase, and the evening newspaper was a man carrying the same hidden pressure as everyone else in the house. He had a part to play. He played it daily. He played it well enough that sometimes even he forgot it was a part. Night comes, the children go to bed, mother cleans the last dishes. The television glows blue in the darkened room. Dad sits in his chair, shoes off socks, visible paper lowered at last. For once, nobody asks him anything. The house is quiet around him. Maybe that is what he wanted. Maybe it is what trapped him. Outside, the car cools in the driveway, ticking softly under the stars, ready to carry him away again in the morning. And when the alarm rings before sunrise, Dad will rise shave-dress, fold himself back into the suit, and step once more into the long road between being needed and being understood. Children in the 1950s were not just raised, they were polished. Scrubbed, combed, buttoned, corrected, lined up, inspected, and sent into the world as tiny ambassadors of family respectability. You are not simply a kid with a lunchbox and a suspicious relationship with vegetables. You are walking evidence. Proof that your mother was attentive, your father was firm, your home was orderly, and your family had not yet slipped into the kind of moral decline adults were always detecting in other people's children. Good luck. You wake up and already your body's not entirely your own. Your hair belongs to mother. Your shoes belong to the family reputation. Your shirt collar belongs to the neighborhood. Your posture belongs to civilization itself. Even your ears somehow have become a matter of public concern. Before school there is the inspection, not a casual glance, an inspection. Mother stands in the hallway like a domestic customs officer, checking for dirt wrinkles, cowlicks, untied laces, missing buttons, and any early signs of character failure. Hair is parted with military precision. A comb is dragged through it with such force you begin to understand why some adults fear authority. If you are a boy, your hair must lie flat enough to survive a stiff breeze and possibly a congressional hearing. If you are a girl, your ribbons, curls, barrettes, or braids must suggest sweetness, discipline, and no intention whatsoever of climbing a tree. Your face is washed again, even though you insist you already washed it. This claim is rejected. A damp washcloth appears. The washcloth is cold, aggressive, and somehow personal. It attacks the corners of your mouth, the back of your neck, the mysterious area behind your ears, and any place where a child might try to remain human. Mother rubs as if preparing you for a medical procedure or a county fair judging. You squirm. She says hold still. You hold still mostly because the alternative is being scrubbed harder. Then come the clothes. The boys get button-down shirts, slacks, stiff jeans, if the family's relaxed, and shoes that must be tied properly, not in the loose flopping style of children who have given up on society. The girls get dresses, cardigans, socks folded just so, and shoes polished or buckled with the seriousness of church bells. Nothing may be too wrinkled, nothing may be too loud, nothing may suggest that the child has opinions about comfort. Because comfort is not the goal. Presentation is the goal. A child must look cared for. That is the phrase, cared for, which means clean, neat, quiet, and lightly uncomfortable from the neck down. If your collar scratches, that means it is working. If your shoes pinch, that means they are respectable. If your hair feels like it has been sealed under government supervision, congratulations, you're ready for school. Breakfast is another rehearsal. You sit at the table with a family already under evaluation. Elbows off. Napkin in lap. Don't gulp. Don't talk with your mouth full. Don't kick the chair. Don't make that face at the oatmeal even though the oatmeal looks like something used to patch a basement wall. If you complain, mother reminds you that some children would be grateful. Those children are never named, but they are very powerful in 1950s moral instruction. Dad watches from behind the newspaper. Sometimes he lowers it just enough to issue a short ruling. Listen to your mother. That is the Supreme Court decision of the breakfast table. No appeal. Then comes the school departure, a daily military operation disguised as children leaving a house, lunchbox in hand, books stacked, homework folded, shoes tied, coat buttoned. Mother checks one last time. Father, if still present, offers a nod or a warning about doing your best, which usually sounds less like encouragement and more like a contract. You step outside, and now the neighborhood sees you. This is where things become serious. A 1950s child walking to school is not moving through private space. You're moving through a corridor of adult judgment. Curtains twitch. Neighbors water lawns that are already wet. Someone's mother stands on a porch pretending to shake a rug while quietly recording every child's behavior for possible later use. If you run too wildly, someone will mention it. If you drag your lunchbox on the sidewalk, someone will mention it. If your socks are uneven, somehow mother will know by supper. The neighborhood has no mercy. It has Venetian blinds. You walk with other children, forming little herds of polished anxiety. Boys shove each other when adults are not looking. Girls whisper secrets with the intensity of courtroom evidence. Somebody has a new Roy Rogers lunchbox and acts as if he has personally discovered the West. Somebody else has forgotten homework and is now considering a false illness, a career in crime, or both. At school, the polishing continues. The building smells like chalk dust, floor wax, old paper wet wool, and the faint terror of multiplication. The American flag stands in the corner. The teacher stands at the front. Both are to be respected. You stand when told, sit when told, speak when called on, raise your hand, recite properly, do not mumble, do not slouch, do not stare out the window, unless you want your name written on the board, which in those days carried the emotional weight of a criminal indictment. Teachers were not customer service representatives for children. They were authority figures. If the teacher said your handwriting looked careless, your parents heard moral danger. If the teacher said you talked too much, your mother heard future scandal. If the teacher said you were not applying yourself, Dad heard wasted potential, wasted money, and possibly communism, depending on the week. The classroom had its own hidden rules. Be smart but not strange. Be friendly but not disruptive. Be neat but not vain. Be obedient but not dull. Stand out just enough to earn praise but never enough to worry adults. This was especially tricky because adults worried professionally. They worried about comic books. They worried about rock and roll. They worried about television. They worried about bad influences, loose manners, talking back, chewing gum, poor penmanship, and whether children were becoming soft because they had not personally walked 7 miles through snow to learn fractions. Recess was the only sanctioned outbreak of childhood. For 15 or 20 minutes you were allowed to become almost natural. The playground erupted into running, yelling, jumping rope trading cards, hopscotch marbles, tag dodgeball, and games with rules that changed depending on who was winning. The equipment was metal hot in summer, freezing in winter, and apparently designed by people who believed children should learn consequences through impact. Slides burned the backs of your legs. Monkey bars tested both grip strength and belief in a merciful universe. Dodgeball was less a game than a public audit of reflexes and social ranking. If you fell, you got up. If you cried, someone told you to be brave. If you cried too long, the story followed you. A nickname could be born in one weak moment and live longer than your actual report card. So you learned. You learned not to cry where others could see. You learned to laugh when embarrassed. You learned which children were safe, which were dangerous, and which ones had older brothers who changed the balance of power. You learned that childhood had politics long before you knew what politics meant. At home, you were expected to report back cleanly. How was school? Fine. What did you learn? Nothing. These were the approved child answers, short enough not to invite questioning and vague enough to protect everyone involved. But Mother could detect trouble through walls. She noticed the torn sleeve, the scuffed shoe, the quiet mood, the paper folded too many times in your pocket. She knew when something had happened. Mothers in the 1950s may not have had modern tracking devices, but they had a supernatural relationship with laundry and guilt. If a note came home from school, the house changed temperature. A note was not paper. A note was a storm warning. Mother read it first. Her mouth tightened. She waited for Dad. This waiting was worse than punishment. The note sat on the counter all afternoon like a tiny white flag from the nation of your bad choices. When Dad came home, he read it with the gravity of a judge reviewing evidence. Talking in class. Failure to finish arithmetic. Poor attitude. Poor attitude was the most terrifying phrase of all, because nobody could prove what it meant, which meant adults could put anything inside it. Discipline followed the family style. Some parents lectured. Some sent children to rooms. Some took away privileges. Some believed strongly in consequences and did not always draw lines we would draw today. But almost everywhere the purpose was the same: correct the child before the child embarrassed the family. Because the child was never just the child. The child was the household made visible. This is why manners mattered so much. You said please. You said thank you. You addressed adults properly. You did not interrupt. You did not call adults by first names unless society had completely collapsed. When company visited, you appeared briefly clean and polite, like a small exhibit of successful parenting. Say hello to Mrs. Parker. Hello, Mrs. Parker. My, haven't you grown? Yes, ma'am. And then you stood there smiling with the spiritual fatigue of a child who wanted only to return to comic books, model airplanes, or digging a hole in the yard for reasons that felt important at the time. Children were expected to be charming in public and contained at home, not too loud, not too wild, not too moody, not too curious about adult subjects. If you asked where money came from, adults said work. If you asked why people argued, adults said they were just tired. If you asked about war, race, divorce, drinking, sadness, or anything that might disturb the family wallpaper, someone told you to run along and play. Run along was the universal door closing, so children gathered information from cracks, from whispers after bedtime, from tones of voice, from the way Mother stood at the sink too long, from the way Dad folded the newspaper too sharply, from the neighbour nobody talked about, from the relative who was always described as having troubles. Childhood in the 1950s could be warm, safe, and full of ordinary magic. Saturday cartoons, bikes left in the grass, fireflies in jars, library books, penny candy, snow days, baseball cards, the smell of crayons, the thrill of hearing the ice cream truck somewhere far off like a religious experience on wheels. But it could also be narrow. A child learned early that family peace often depended on not knowing too much, or at least pretending not to. Adults had a whole world of worries above your head, and your job was to be proof that those worries had not reached you. So you were polished, for school, for church, for photographs, for neighbours, for grandparents, for America itself, or at least the version of America that wanted children lined up neatly in front of a Christmas tree, smiling beside toys, clean-faced and grateful, unaware of the bills in the drawer, the arguments in the next room, the fear in the headlines, and the exhaustion behind Mother's smile. At bedtime the polish finally came off, shoes kicked aside, socks peeled down, hair escaping its daytime prison, pyjamas buttoned, face washed again because apparently sleep also requires respectability. You climb into bed, still carrying the day in your body. The chalk dust, the playground bruise, the teacher's look, the whisper from the hallway, the pressure of being good without always knowing what good meant. Downstairs, adults talk in low voices. You cannot hear the words, only the rhythm, a murmur, a pause, a sigh, the clink of a dish, the television humming softly, the house settling around you like a secret. And for a while you're just a child again, not proof, not evidence, not the family reputation in saddle shoes. Just a small person under blankets staring into the dark, wondering why grown-ups spend so much time telling children to behave when the whole adult world seems to be held together by silence coffee and pretending everything is fine. Tomorrow morning the washcloth will return, the comb will return, the rules will return, and you will step once more into the day polished bright enough for the neighbours to see. At 6 o'clock sharp, the 1950s American family gathers around the dinner table to perform one of the most delicate rituals in domestic history. Eating without saying anything dangerous. That is right. Dinner is not just dinner. It is diplomacy with mashed potatoes. A nightly summit conducted under the warm glow of a ceiling light with Dad at the head of the table. Mother moving between stove and chair like a tired ambassador, and the children sitting straight enough to suggest the school system has not completely failed. The table is set, not casually, carefully. Forks on the left, knives on the right, napkins folded, glasses filled. Salt and pepper standing in the centre like tiny authority figures. There is a serving dish of vegetables that have been cooked until they've surrendered all personality. There is meatloaf, pot roast ham, tuna casserole, or something called supper loaf, which sounds less like food and more like a threat from a government pamphlet. And somewhere, because the decade insists on it, there is gelatin. Maybe red, maybe green, maybe yellow, maybe filled with fruit celery, shredded carrots, or one of those ingredients that makes you wonder if Mother lost a bet at the grocery store. It glistens under the kitchen light like a science experiment that learned manners. Everyone takes a seat. This is the first rule. You sit together, even if nobody's in the mood, even if Dad is tired, even if Mother has already spent the entire day feeding people and now has to supervise them eating again. Even if one child is secretly hiding a library fine, another is furious about being blamed for something the dog clearly did, and the youngest has discovered that peas can be launched with a spoon if the angle is right. You sit together, because family dinner is proof that the home is intact, proof that the father has returned, proof that the mother has produced food from cans, leftovers, coupons, and sheer domestic willpower. Proof that the children can behave in a room with gravy. Dad sits first, or at least he sits with the invisible authority of someone who has earned the right to the largest serving and the final decision about whether the television stays off. His work shirt may be loosened at the collar. His face has that evening look the one men get after 8 hours of fluorescent light and pretending not to hate a supervisor named Mr. Jenkins. Mother brings the food. She may sit down eventually. Maybe. First she checks the rolls, then the butter, then the children's milk, then Dad's coffee, then the forgotten spoon, then the extra napkin. Then someone needs ketchup, even though ketchup has no business near meatloaf unless the family has lost faith in civilization. By the time she finally lowers herself into a chair, someone has already spilled something. The pause is small, but everyone feels it. A child freezes. A sibling prepares to enjoy the consequences. Dad looks over. Mother smiles, the kind of smile that says she has chosen peace, but only because there are witnesses. It's all right, she says. It is not all right. But dinner continues. The second rule is gratitude. You do not criticize the food. You do not say the green beans are mushy even if they have the texture of a wet apology. You do not ask why the casserole has cornflakes on top, because that is apparently how mid-century mothers expressed optimism. You do not poke the gelatin and whisper that it moved by itself. You do not ask what cut of meat this is unless you are prepared to learn nothing. You say thank you. You clean your plate. You understand that food is not only food. Food is money. Food is labor. Food is mother's afternoon. Food is dad's paycheck. Food is proof that the family is not failing. So if the gravy is lumpy, keep it between you and God. A complaint at dinner is not a complaint. It is an attack on the household economy. The third rule is conversation. Safe conversation. Approved conversation. Conversation with rounded edges and no sharp corners. How was school? Fine. How was work? Busy. Did you finish your homework? Mostly. How was the roast? Very good. That is the entire emotional range of the 1950s dinner table, unless someone brings up the weather, in which case the family may enjoy 3 full minutes of socially acceptable variety. Rain is safe. Baseball is safe. The neighbour's new fence is safe if discussed in a tone of mild curiosity and not open hostility. Little League is safe. Church bake sales are safe. The price of milk is dangerous but manageable. Money is not safe. Marriage is not safe. Politics depends on who is holding the carving knife. Feelings are absolutely not safe. Feelings are what happen in bedrooms, garages, church parking lots, or inside one's own chest where they belong. If a child says, "I felt sad today," the table may not know what to do. Mother might soften and ask why, but quickly, quietly before the sadness spreads. Dad might say, "You'll be all right," which is not unkind exactly. It is just the only tool he has. A sibling might roll their eyes because children are cruel little sociologists and can smell vulnerability like bacon. So the child learns. Do not bring sadness to dinner. Bring homework. Bring news about a spelling test. Bring a drawing if it is cheerful. Bring a story about the school hamster. But do not bring the heavy things. The heavy things must wait until bedtime or never. Dinner has its own choreography. Dad carves the meat with grave authority. This is his moment. The knife moves through roast beef, pork chops, turkey, or meatloaf with the dignity of a man dividing territory after a war. Slices go onto plates according to age appetite and Dad's private understanding of fairness. Mother distributes sides. Potatoes first, then vegetables, then bread. Children watch portions carefully because one extra roll given to a sibling can create resentment lasting until college. The youngest complains silently. The oldest negotiates. The middle child documents injustice. Someone asks for more butter. Someone else reaches without asking and is corrected. Use your manners. Manners are not decoration. Manners are the fence around the evening. Please, thank you. May I be excused? Pass the salt. Don't interrupt. Sit up. Chew with your mouth closed. Stop humming. Don't feed the dog under the table even though the dog is the only member of the family showing honest enthusiasm. The dog naturally understands dinner better than anyone. The dog knows where the emotional truth is buried, usually under the high chair. As the meal continues, the table becomes a map of family power. Dad's chair is the capital. Mother's seat is the command post. Children occupy smaller provinces under supervision. The good serving dish appears only when company comes. The chipped plate goes to whoever is least likely to mention it. The last dinner roll becomes a test of restraint strategy, and whether your brother is willing to elbow you when adults are looking away. But beneath all the small rituals, something quieter is happening. Everyone is checking the temperature of the room. Not the actual temperature, the emotional one. Is Dad in a good mood? Is mother too quiet? Did something happen at work? Is money tight this week? Did the teacher call? Did the neighbours say something? Is this a normal dinner, or the kind where everyone chews carefully, because one wrong sentence might wake the sleeping bear under the table? Children become experts in this. They listen to the sound of dad's fork, the way mother sets down the serving spoon, the length of the pause before someone answers. They know when to ask for dessert and when to disappear into homework. They know when a joke will work and when a joke will be treated as evidence of disrespect. The dinner table teaches them language, not just words, silences. A cleared throat means stop. A raised eyebrow means danger. A bright voice from mother means the subject has been changed for your protection. A newspaper folded too sharply in the other room means dad has brought something home from work even if he has not brought it to the table. Sometimes the dangerous subjects almost appear. A bill arrives in the mail. A relative is separating from her husband. A neighbour's son has been seen with the wrong crowd. Someone at dad's office was let go. Someone at church is not quite herself lately. Each topic approaches the table like a storm cloud. You can feel it. The adults glance at one another. Mother reaches for the potatoes. Dad says not now, or we'll talk about it later. Later is the official storage place for everything the family cannot hold in public. Later often means never, so everyone goes back to eating. This is why dessert is so powerful. Dessert is not merely sugar. Dessert is emotional rescue. Pie arrives and the room relaxes. Cookies appear and the children regain hope. Pudding is served in little dishes, smooth and harmless, asking nothing from anyone. Even the gelatin wobbling there like a nervous witness can soften the evening if it is sweet enough and contains no visible vegetables. Dessert says we made it. Another meal survived. Another set of subjects avoided. Another evening kept intact. After dinner, permission to leave must be requested. May I be excused? Not can I go. Not I'm done. Not goodbye peas forever. May I be excused. The phrase is formal because escape from the table must be granted by the authorities. The children carry plates to the sink if they have been properly trained. Dad moves toward his chair where the newspaper, pipe, television, or general aura of masculine fatigue awaits him. Mother begins the second dinner, the one nobody counts, clearing, scraping, rinsing, wrapping leftovers, deciding which food can become tomorrow's lunch and which should be hidden in the refrigerator until it becomes impossible to identify and therefore easier to discard without guilt. The table empties, but it remembers. It remembers the laughter. Yes, there was laughter sometimes. Real laughter. A child's joke. Dad's rare smile. Mother's funny story about the grocer. Someone spilling milk and everyone laughing instead of scolding because the day for once had loosened its grip. Those moments mattered. They still matter. But the table also remembers what was not said. The apology that did not come. The fear hidden under the roast. The question a child swallowed. The loneliness passing quietly between husband and wife like a dish nobody wanted to touch. In the 1950s, the dinner table was supposed to bring the family together, and often it did. But together did not always mean honest. Sometimes together meant everyone sitting under the same light, eating the same meal, obeying the same rules and protecting one another from truths too large for the serving platter. Night settles outside. The kitchen window reflects the room back at itself. Plates stacked, chairs pushed in, crumbs on the floor, a smear of gravy near the stove, the dog licking the evidence from beneath the table like a tiny historian of family life. Mother turns off the burner. Dad's television murmurs from the living room. Children return to homework pajamas or whispered arguments in the hallway, and the dinner table stands quietly in the centre of it, all cleared, but not empty. Because feelings were not served there, but they were always present, waiting under the napkins, cooling beside the meatloaf, wobbling gently in the gelatin, and tomorrow night at 6 o'clock sharp, everyone will sit down and pretend not to see them again. The living room in a 1950s American home is called the living room, which is funny because nobody's actually allowed to live in it. Not properly, not freely, not with shoes on, not with a peanut butter sandwich, not with a comic book, a toy truck, a glass of grape juice, or any movement that might leave proof of a human body on the furniture. This is the good room, the sacred room. The room mother keeps ready for company even when no company is coming, because company in the 1950s does not need an appointment. Company can appear at any moment carrying a purse, a casserole, and the terrifying power to notice dust. So you learn early, the living room is not yours. It belongs to guests, holidays, visiting relatives, church, ladies' insurance men, and the vague possibility that someone important may stop by and judge the family before dinner. Step inside carefully. The first thing you notice is the sofa. It is beautiful, firm, and wrapped in plastic with the emotional warmth of a frozen dentist's chair. In summer, it sticks to the backs of your legs like it is trying to keep evidence. In winter, it crackles beneath you like a weather report from Antarctica. Every time you shift your weight, the sofa announces it to the entire household. Mother can hear it from the kitchen. Don't sit like that. You freeze. You were not aware you were sitting wrong. But apparently sitting is another thing children can ruin. The sofa is not for lounging. Lounging is what irresponsible people do in advertisements for vacations your family cannot afford. The sofa is for perching. Upright, respectable, knees together, hands visible, feet planted, no bouncing, no twisting, no leaning into the cushions like you live there. Because you do not. You merely occupy the house under supervision. Across from the sofa sits the coffee table, a dangerous little island of polished wood glass and rules. On it are magazines arranged in a fan shape so perfect it looks like they were placed there by a surveyor. Life. Look, the Saturday Evening Post. Maybe a TV guide. Maybe a Reader's Digest, because nothing says family literacy like a condensed article about courage beside a dish of hard candy no one is allowed to eat. That candy dish is a test. Every child knows it. The candies sit there wrapped in shining little papers, butterscotch peppermint, something fruit-flavoured and mysterious. They are not food, they are decor. They exist to prove that the family can possess sweetness without surrendering to it. If you take one without permission, mother will know. She will not see you. She will not hear you. But somehow from 3 rooms away she will sense a disturbance in the candy arrangement. And then your full name will travel through the house like a legal summons. Beside the table are lamps with heavy shades and ceramic bases. The lamps glow softly in the evening, making the room look warm, even though everyone inside is afraid to touch anything. There are framed photographs, maybe a landscape painting, maybe a clock that ticks too loudly during serious conversations. There may be little porcelain figurines on a shelf delicate enough to make every child's hands feel criminal. Do not touch those. Do not even look at them too confidently. One wrong elbow, one runaway toy airplane, one indoor game of catch, and suddenly a porcelain shepherdess loses her head, and the family enters a period of mourning normally reserved for presidents. The carpet is pale. Of course it is. No one with children should own a pale carpet. But the 1950s loved optimism and did not always respect mud. This carpet is vacuumed into clean lines every morning, and those lines are not simply decorative. They are mother's signature, proof that order has been restored, proof that crumbs, dust, and despair have been pushed backward for another day. You do not walk across those lines unless you have a reason, and your reason had better not be fun. Fun belongs outside where grass stains can be explained as character building. The living room is where fun comes to stand up straight and lower its voice. This is the room where guests sit. The minute company arrives, the whole house changes shape. Mother's voice brightens. Father becomes more formal, as if someone has switched him from regular mode to public husband. Children are summoned, inspected and displayed. Say hello to Mrs. Whittaker. Hello, Mrs. Whittaker. My, haven't you grown? Yes, ma'am. That is your entire role. You appear, prove you have manners, and then disappear before you damage the upholstery or reveal family secrets. Adults settle into the living room with coffee, cigarettes, and careful conversation. The ashtrays come out. Not the everyday ashtrays. The good ashtrays. Heavy glass, clean, waiting. In the 1950s, hospitality means offering guests a comfortable chair, a hot drink, and a place to slowly endanger everyone's lungs in style. The room fills with smoke, perfume, aftershave, and polite laughter. Children hover nearby, listening from the hallway. They hear things, not full things, pieces. Aunt Ruth is having trouble again. The Johnson boy got sent home. Something about payments, something about a doctor, something about not in front of the children. That phrase is powerful. Not in front of the children. It turns every child into a detective. You learn that the living room is where adults hide things in plain sight. They sit under the lamp glow, ankles, crossed cups, balanced voices smooth, and discuss everything except the truth directly. Trouble becomes a situation. Sadness becomes being tired. Money becomes things are a little tight. Marriage trouble becomes they've been under strain. A nervous breakdown becomes she needs a rest. Every hard thing receives a softer name before entering the room. The living room demands it. It cannot tolerate raw feeling. Raw feeling might stain, so feelings are upholstered too, covered, smoothed, made presentable. Even father changes in this room. In the kitchen he may be silent. In his chair he may be tired. But when guests arrive he becomes the host. He stands a little straighter. He talks about work in safe sentences. He laughs in the right places. He offers someone a cigarette. He makes a joke about the weather or taxes or how kids today have too much energy, which gets a reliable laugh because adults have been saying this since the invention of children. Mother is busiest of all. She carries coffee cake napkins, little plates, refills, and the entire emotional stability of the gathering. She watches the cups, the clock, the children, the crumbs, the mood. She knows when to change the subject. She knows when a guest has stayed too long. She knows when father is about to say something too sharp and when Mrs. Whittaker is fishing for gossip disguised as concern. The living room may look calm. It is not calm. It is a social battlefield with doilies. Every object has a role. The good lamp says taste. The clean curtains say discipline. The magazines say informed. The family portrait says stable. The piano, if there is one, says culture, even if nobody has played anything on it since a child was forced through 6 months of lessons and then retired in disgrace after murdering beautiful dreamer at a recital. The television sits in the corner, a wooden shrine to modern life. During the day it is furniture. At night it becomes the family hearth. But even television has rules. You do not sit too close. You do not touch the knobs unless trusted. You do not argue during the news. You do not turn the volume up too loud. You do not ask why the families on television never seem to have dust debt or anyone crying in the pantry. Television families live in living rooms too, but their living rooms are safer. Their sofas do not attack bare legs. Their fathers speak in tidy lessons. Their mothers solve problems before the final commercial. Their children learn something wholesome and go to bed with clean consciences. Nobody loses a porcelain shepherdess. Nobody sits in the car for 2 extra minutes before coming inside. Nobody hears their parents whispering after dark and pretends not to. That is the trouble with the living room. It teaches the family how they're supposed to look, and then it watches them fail quietly. On ordinary evenings when there is no company, the room still holds its authority. Father takes his chair, the one chair that truly belongs to a person. Mother may sit if the dishes are done, the laundry folded, and the universe briefly cooperative. Children sit on the floor, but only on the acceptable part of the rug, not too close to the furniture, not with snacks, not with scissors, glue crayons, or any object capable of making childhood permanent. Someone drops a cookie crumb. Mother hears it. Nobody knows how. Maybe she's been trained by the vacuum cleaner. The hidden pressure of the living room is not just cleanliness, it is readiness. The family must always be ready to be seen, ready for guests, ready for neighbours, ready for photographs, ready for the pastor, ready for the boss and his wife, ready for an aunt who says she was just in the neighbourhood, even though she lives 40 minutes away and clearly came to inspect the curtains. A room like that makes people careful. Careful with their bodies, careful with their words, careful with their moods. You do not have a tantrum in the living room. You do not have a marital argument in the living room unless it is conducted in low voices behind smiles after guests have gone. You do not confess unhappiness there. The room is too polished for confession. If the kitchen is where labour happens and the bedroom is where worries wait in the dark, the living room is where the family becomes official. It is the embassy of the home, a place where everyone represents something larger than themselves. Father represents provision, mother represents order, children represent training, furniture represents success, curtains represent morality apparently, and the plastic sofa cover represents the strange American belief that the best way to preserve something beautiful is to make it almost impossible to enjoy. Still, there is a tenderness in the room too. Sometimes, after the guests leave and the cups are cleared, the family sits together in the soft blue light of the television. The children grow sleepy on the floor. Father's shoes come off. Mother leans back for once, just slightly. The plastic sofa sighs beneath her like an old secret. The house settles. Outside, the streetlights glow. The curtains are drawn. For a little while, nobody performs perfectly. Nobody has to. The living room becomes almost what its name promised. A room for living, almost. Then someone spills a drop of cocoa on the rug, and history resumes. Mother rises. Father looks over his paper. A child whispers, "I didn't do it," which is never a convincing legal defense. The cloth appears. The stain is attacked. The carpet is saved. The family exhales. Because in the 1950s, the living room was not just a room. It was a test. A shining plastic-covered, candy-guarded test of whether a family could keep its best face ready for the world. And tomorrow morning, after the crumbs are gone and the cushions are straightened, the room will wait again in perfect silence, prepared for guests, judgment, photographs, and absolutely no living unless approved in advance. Welcome to the sacred schedule of the 1950s. Housewife, a timetable so strict it could make a factory whistle, feel emotionally flexible. The family has left. The breakfast dishes are waiting. The school bus has swallowed the children. Dad has driven off toward the office in a car large enough to have its own weather system. And now at last the house is quiet, which means naturally that the real work can begin. You might think this is the moment Mother sits down. Perhaps she pours herself a second cup of coffee, leans back and enjoys the gentle silence of a home no longer full of shoes, crumbs, complaints, and people asking where things are while standing directly in front of them. That would be nice. That would also be fiction. In the 1950s, a housewife's day does not begin after the family leaves. It simply changes costume. Breakfast duty becomes kitchen duty. Kitchen duty becomes laundry duty. Laundry duty becomes bedroom duty. Bedroom duty becomes shopping list duty. Shopping list duty becomes dinner planning duty. Dinner planning becomes a slow domestic drumbeat that follows her from room to room like a casserole-shaped shadow. The first rule is that the house must never look as if a family lives there. This is difficult because a family does live there, aggressively, with toast crumbs, dirty socks, school papers, toothpaste caps, damp towels, and a child who somehow managed to leave a marble in the sugar bowl before 8 a.m. Still the goal remains: erase the evidence. Mother begins in the kitchen because the kitchen is the battlefield and the altar. The sink is full. The counter is sticky. The frying pan has cooled into a small museum of bacon grease. The tablecloth needs wiping. The floor needs sweeping. The coffee cups need rinsing. One cereal bowl contains 3 lonely flakes floating in milk like survivors of a shipwreck. She rolls up her sleeves. The radio plays softly nearby, maybe Perry Como, maybe Rosemary Clooney, maybe a cheerful advertisement promising that a new detergent can make her life easier, which is bold talk from a box of powder that has never once scrubbed a saucepan. Hot water runs. Plates clink. The sponge moves in circles. The counters shine again. The crumbs vanish. The chairs return to their places. The kitchen is restored to morning innocence as if nothing difficult has ever happened there. This is the second rule: make labour invisible. If the kitchen is messy, everyone notices. If it is spotless, nobody does. A clean kitchen is not considered an accomplishment. It is considered the natural condition of the universe, like gravity, or men refusing to ask for directions. By 9 o'clock, the vacuum comes out. The vacuum cleaner is a modern marvel according to advertisements. According to Mother's lower back, it is a wheeled iron beast with a cord too short for hope. It roars to life like a jet engine full of dust and resentment. She drags it through the living room, careful not to bump the good furniture which must be protected from the very act of cleaning it. The carpet receives its lines, those beautiful solemn vacuum tracks, straight, visible, temporary, proof that order existed here at least once before the children returned and treated the rug as a transportation system for crumbs. Mother may pause to admire them. Not for long. Admiration is not on the schedule. Next comes dusting. The mantel, the television, the end tables, the picture frames, the lamp bases, the little porcelain figures that exist only to terrify children and collect dust in their tiny judgmental folds. She lifts each object, wipes beneath it, returns it to the exact angle required by civilization. The family photograph watches her. There she is inside the frame, smiling, pressed, finished. There she is outside the frame, moving, wiping, bending, remembering, forgetting herself a little at a time. By 10 o'clock, laundry begins its campaign. Down to the basement where the air smells like damp concrete soap, old cardboard and Cold War preparedness. There are shelves of canned peaches, maybe a few jars of something preserved by an aunt with strong opinions, and a washing machine that shakes so violently it seems to be trying to escape domestic life altogether. Whites are separated from colours with military discipline. Shirts are checked. Socks are paired or at least placed beside other socks with similar ambitions. Towels go in. Sheets go in. Children's clothes go in, bearing the stains of recess lunch and private experiments with mud. Then the machine begins. Rattle, slosh, thump, rattle. A rhythm as familiar as breathing. If she hangs the clothes outside, there is another set of rules. Sheets in front, underthings hidden discreetly, shirts pinned carefully, nothing too personal exposed to the street. A clothesline in the 1950s is not just laundry. It is a public report on the family's standards. The neighbours can see. The neighbours always can see. Mrs. Henderson may be watering her flowers 2 houses down, but do not be fooled. That woman has the observational range of military radar. She notices if sheets are grey. She notices if towels are frayed. She notices if the laundry goes up late. She notices if mother looks tired, especially if mother looks tired, because looking tired is dangerous. Looking tired suggests that the system might be harder than everyone claims. So mother pins the clothes, smooths her dress, and smiles across the yard with the bright face of a woman who's absolutely not been wrestling wet sheets since breakfast. By late morning there is mending, a button missing from Dad's shirt, a hem coming loose, a child's sock with a hole large enough to qualify as a window. The sewing basket waits beside the chair full of thread needles, safety pins, and the quiet knowledge that small repairs are what keep a household from admitting how fragile it is. She sits. Briefly. This is not rest. This is productive sitting. That distinction matters. Resting without visible purpose can look suspicious, but sitting with a sock, a needle, and a slightly pained expression is acceptable. It says I am still working even while seated. Please do not alert the authorities. Then the phone rings. It is never just a phone call. It is the neighbourhood entering the house through a cord. Maybe the PTA needs volunteers. Maybe the church committee wants cookies. Maybe a neighbour wants to discuss the school carnival, but really wants to discuss the new family on the corner, the one with curtains that do not match from the street. Mother listens carefully. She says very little. She makes sympathetic sounds. She understands that every conversation is an exchange of information, and every piece of information has a shelf life. She must be friendly, but not too revealing. Helpful, but not trapped. Interested, but not hungry for gossip. This is a delicate art, and no one gives medals for it. By noon lunch arrives, though calling it lunch may be generous. Perhaps she eats standing at the counter, half a sandwich, leftover coffee, a slice of something from last night that tastes faintly of refrigerator and duty. She might sit at the kitchen table, but the table has already been wiped, and sitting there too long feels like disturbing her own work. The house is quiet again. Too quiet. This is when the thoughts come. Not dramatic thoughts. Nothing with thunder. Just small ones. How did the morning disappear? Did she remember to pay the milkman? Is there enough money until Friday? Should she have said yes to the bake sale? Why does everyone else seem to manage so naturally? When did she last finish a cup of coffee while it was still hot? She looks at the clock. The clock does not care. Afternoon is coming. The schedule tightens. Beds must be made. Towels folded. The bathroom scrubbed. The good room checked again just in case. The grocery list updated. Coupons clipped. Dinner decided. Meat must thaw. Potatoes must be peeled. Gelatin, if involved, must be started early because even dessert in the 1950s requires structural planning. The refrigerator opens. Inside are leftovers, milk eggs, butter, or margarine, a bowl covered with wax paper, and several small containers containing things that were once part of a meal and may yet be forced into another one. Mother studies them with the seriousness of a military strategist. Tonight's dinner must be enough. Enough food, enough variety, enough comfort, enough proof that the household is stable. A thin dinner suggests trouble. A late dinner suggests poor management. A strange dinner suggests creativity which may or may not be forgiven, depending on how much mayonnaise is involved. So she plans. Casserole is always waiting in the wings. Cream soup, noodles, tuna, cracker crumbs, a little cheese if the budget allows. Bake until bubbling and call it something cheerful. The 1950s casserole is not just food. It is a philosophy. It says we may not have much left in the icebox, but we do have a baking dish and the will to continue. By 3 o'clock, the school day begins to return. You can feel it before the children arrive. The house braces itself. The clean rooms are about to be challenged. The polished table is about to receive books, elbows, pencil shavings, and news of playground injustice. The quiet is about to break into shoes, voices hunger, and someone yelling that they cannot find something they are currently holding. Mother prepares snacks, milk, cookies, crackers, apple slices if she's feeling virtuous. She checks her hair in the reflection of the oven door. Not because she is vain, because she knows the children see more than they say, because Dad will be home later, because neighbours may still appear, because the day has taught her that a woman is expected to look composed even when she has spent hours negotiating with dust. The front door opens, the house erupts, book bags drop, lunch boxes clatter, shoes scatter, a child needs help with homework. Another has a note from the teacher. Someone is starving despite having eaten lunch. Someone else is crying because of a playground betrayal involving jump rope marbles or the terrible politics of who got picked first. Mother absorbs all of it. She listens, corrects, feeds, soothes, scolds, signs, fines, wipes, reminds. Do your homework. Hang up your coat. Don't leave that there. Wash your hands. No, you may not have 3 cookies. Where is your brother? Why is there gum on this paper? And all the while dinner advances in the background like weather. By 5 o'clock the housewife's schedule enters its most dangerous phase. Dad is coming home. Dinner must look inevitable, not frantic. The children must be less feral than they were an hour ago. The living room must still appear untouched by human history. The kitchen must smell welcoming, not desperate. Mother stirs a pot, checks the oven, sets the table, answers a question, stops an argument, finds a missing pencil, moves a toy out of the hallway before Dad trips over it and declares modern childhood a national emergency. And then the car pulls into the driveway. That sound changes everything. The family shifts into evening formation. Dad enters from the world of work. The children become slightly louder or suddenly guilty depending on what they have done. Mother turns from stove to door with the expression of someone who's been running a race no one saw and must now pretend she's been waiting peacefully all day. "How was your day?" he asks, maybe. "Fine," she says. Fine is doing a lot of work. Fine contains dishes, floors, laundry, phone calls, mending shopping lists, discipline, loneliness, dinner, and the quiet ache in her feet. But dinner is ready, so fine will have to do. That is the secret of the housewife schedule. It does not end when the work is done because the work is never done. It only changes shape. Morning becomes afternoon. Afternoon becomes dinner. Dinner becomes dishes. Dishes become lunches for tomorrow. Tomorrow becomes another alarm clock, another percolator, another table to wipe clean. And somewhere in that endless loop she keeps the house alive. Not with glamour, not with ease, with motion, with memory, with the stubborn magic of doing the same invisible things again and again, until they become the background of everyone else's life. The house smiles because she keeps winding it like a clock, and tonight, after the plates are cleared and the children are sent to bed, Dad will settle into his chair, loosen his shoes and disappear behind the evening paper. Mother will still be moving softly through the rooms, and the schedule quiet as dust will already be waiting for morning. The father's chair is not just a chair. It is a throne, a bunker, a charging station, a weather system, and occasionally a small country with very strict immigration rules. You know the chair immediately. It sits in the living room at the perfect angle to face the television, the newspaper, the front window, And anyone foolish enough to ask Dad a question before he is fully returned from work, it may be leather. It may be upholstered in a brown fabric that looks like it has already given up. It may have wooden arms, a matching footstool, or a suspicious stain no one discusses because family history deserves some privacy. This is Dad's chair. Not officially. No one signed documents, but everyone knows. You do not sit in it unless you are trying to start a constitutional crisis. At around 5:47, the car pulls into the driveway. The sound comes first. Tires on gravel, engine slowing, the little metallic cough as the car shuts off. For one brief second, the whole house listens. Mother hears it from the kitchen and checks the oven. Children hear it and instantly reconsider their behaviour. The dog, if there is one, runs toward the door with an enthusiasm no human in the house can safely express. Dad is home. The door opens and there he stands carrying the entire business day on his shoulders. Hat in hand, tie loosened slightly, shirt collar tired, briefcase hanging from his fingers like a small leather box full of unpaid thoughts. He smells like office air gasoline cigarette smoke aftershave, and the particular sadness of a man who has spent too long under fluorescent lights, pretending the copier did not ruin his afternoon. Mother says, "How was your day?" "Fine," he says. "Fine." The great American word. Short, strong, and completely useless. Fine can mean the boss yelled. Fine can mean sales are down. Fine can mean his back hurts. Fine can mean he sat in traffic behind a delivery truck for 40 minutes while thinking about the mortgage. Fine can mean he had a good day but does not know how to describe it without sounding pleased with himself. Fine can mean please do not ask me to become emotionally available before dinner, so the family accepts fine. They have learned to. Dad removes his hat, hangs it up, places the briefcase down and moves toward the chair, with the weary dignity of a wounded general returning from the front lines of middle management. The children make way, not dramatically, just enough. The path is understood, from door to chair, from provider to recovery position. He sits. The chair receives him. There is a sound to it, a deep sigh of springs upholstery and male exhaustion. His shoes remain on at first because full relaxation must be earned in stages. Then one shoe comes off, then the other. Maybe he rubs his foot through his sock. Maybe he lets out a sigh that could mean anything from contentment to quiet collapse. The newspaper opens, and there it is. The wall. A wide grey paper wall covered in headlines, baseball scores, advertisements, international tension, and local news about a bridge repair nobody will remember. Behind it, Dad disappears. His body is in the chair, his slippers are on the floor, his coffee is nearby, but his face is gone, hidden behind world events and the sports page. For children, the newspaper is both obstacle and instrument of mystery. You never know if Dad is actually reading. He could be reading every word. He could be asleep with his eyes open. He could be staring at an article about farm equipment while replaying an argument with a man named Carl from accounting. But you approach carefully. Dad. The paper lowers 1 inch. That inch is important. Yes, can I have a nickel for what candy? No. The paper rises again. Diplomatic mission failed. You retreat to the hallway where your siblings ask what happened, even though they heard everything and simply enjoy disaster when it is not theirs. The father's chair teaches the household a particular kind of silence. Not peaceful silence. Not angry silence exactly. A waiting silence. The kind where everyone senses that Dad has come home from one world and is not yet ready for the next one. Work has followed him into the room even if his briefcase is closed. This was part of the 1950s rhythm. Dad worked outside the home. Mother worked inside it. Both were tired. Only one of them usually got a chair named after him. That is not because he did nothing. He may have worked hard. Many fathers did. Long hours, dull tasks, physical strain, office politics, bosses, layoffs, bills, and the constant pressure of being the one expected to provide. But when he came home, the culture often gave him recovery as a right. His chair, his paper, his program, his little silence after work. Mother's silence was different. If she sat down too long, someone needed a glass of milk. Dad could sit like a man recovering from battle. Mother had to sit like a woman ready to spring up at any moment. From the chair, Dad surveys the room, the television in the corner, the lamp, the children on the floor, Mother moving in and out of the kitchen. The living room is dimmer now, softer, safer. Outside, the last light of day fades from the lawn. Inside, the house prepares for the evening ritual of food, news, homework, and controlled noise. Controlled noise is important. Children may speak. They may not erupt. They may play. They may not disturb. They may ask questions. They may not ask the wrong ones. Dad, why do you always sit there? Because it's my chair. Why? Because I said so. This is not an answer. It is a border. The chair creates a small protected zone where questions go to die. And yet the chair is not only about authority. Sometimes it is the only place Dad can stop being useful. All day he's been measured. By time, by money, by performance, by other men, by machines, supervisors, customers, quotas, or the clock. At home he's needed again, but in a different way. Needed to discipline, needed to approve, needed to fix, needed to decide if the family can afford something, needed to be strong, reasonable, and not too tired to listen even when listening feels like one more job. So he retreats, not far, just into the chair, a retreat in full view. He reads the paper. He lights a cigarette or a pipe. The smoke curls upward, soft and blue, drifting toward the lampshade like a thought trying to escape. He watches television with the seriousness of a man attending a meeting. News first, maybe. Then a sitcom. Then a western where men say little ride horses and solve problems outdoors, which must have seemed deeply appealing to fathers trapped in suburbs with mortgages and noisy plumbing. The western hero does not discuss his feelings either. He just looks at the horizon. Dad understands this completely. Dinner may pull him from the chair for a while. He rises, washes his hands, takes his place at the table, performs the father role through meat potatoes and mild correction. But after dinner the chair calls him back. The dishes are not his territory, unless the household is unusually modern, or Mother has reached the kind of silence that makes even Dad nervous. So he returns. The newspaper again, the television again, the chair again. Children begin to orbit him. One sprawls on the rug with homework. Another builds something with blocks too close to the footrest. One child wants help with arithmetic. Dad helps, but in a way that makes arithmetic seem like a character test. Carry the one. I did. No, you didn't. I did. Then why is it wrong? This is education by intimidation, but it does sometimes produce subtraction. Another child brings a broken toy. Dad studies it like a mechanic examining a failing aircraft. He may fix it with a screwdriver from somewhere mysterious. He may say he will fix it later, which means the toy will be placed on a shelf in the garage until the child graduates. Either way, Dad's chair becomes the complaints department of the family, open nightly, but with unpredictable service. Sometimes, though, something softer happens. A child climbs onto the arm of the chair. Carefully. If Dad is in the right mood, he does not object. Maybe he lets the child lean against him while the television flickers. Maybe he explains the baseball score. Maybe he points at a man on the screen and says he used to play for Cleveland. Maybe the child does not care about Cleveland but listens anyway because Dad is speaking voluntarily, and that is rare enough to treat with respect. These are the small doors, not emotional speeches, not long confessions, just little openings, a shared program, a hand resting briefly on a child's shoulder, a chuckle at the same joke, a quiet "don't tell your mother" as he slips someone a piece of candy from his pocket. For many children, this was how fatherly affection arrived. Not in words, in permissions, in repairs, in rides, in $1 for the movies, in checking the tires before a trip, in standing in the cold to watch a Little League game while pretending not to be proud. The chair held both distance and tenderness. That is why it matters. It was where Dad withdrew from the family and remained inside it at the same time, where he could be seen but not reached, where he could rest without explaining himself, where silence became a habit so familiar that no one recognized it as loneliness. By late evening the house slows. The children are sent to bed. Pajamas, toothpaste, last-minute water. A final question from the hallway that nobody answers properly. Mother finishes in the kitchen. The lights dim. The television murmurs. Dad remains in the chair, one hand on the armrest paper folded in his lap, eyes half on the screen and half somewhere else. Mother may sit nearby. For a few minutes they are quiet together, not necessarily unhappy, not exactly close, just quiet. Two people at the end of a long day surrounded by the house they have built, the children they are raising, the objects they are still paying for, and the feelings they have learned to carry without naming. The room glows blue, the ashtray fills, the clock ticks. Outside, the neighborhood is settling into its own little boxes of light and silence. Every home has its own version of this chair, its own father coming down from the workday, its own mother still moving through the rooms, its own children learning which questions can be asked and which ones should be saved for never. Eventually Dad rises, slowly. The chair releases him. He turns off the television, or maybe leaves that to Mother. He checks the door. Maybe he looks out the front window at the street dark and calm, all the lawns trimmed, all the cars parked, all the houses pretending to sleep peacefully. Then he goes upstairs. In the morning the chair will sit empty, holding the shape of him like an unfinished sentence. And by evening, after the commute, after the office, after the long road between duty and home, he will return to it again. Because in the 1950s, family father's chair was more than furniture. It was where silence sat down first. Out here in the 1950s, suburb privacy is mostly decorative. It looks good from the street. Very American. Very peaceful. A row of neat houses, clipped lawns, picture windows, mailboxes standing at attention, and children riding bicycles in circles like tiny unpaid patrol officers. But do not be fooled. This neighborhood has eyes, not cameras, not alarms, not modern doorbells that record your every movement in high definition. Nothing that obvious. This is older technology, more powerful, more personal, more terrifying. Venetian blinds. Behind every set of blinds is someone who knows when your father leaves for work, when your mother hangs the laundry, when your dog gets loose, when your garbage cans stay out too long, and whether your curtains match from the street, especially the curtains. In a 1950s neighborhood, mismatched curtains are not a design choice, they are a cry for help. So let's take a slow walk down the block. The morning sun is touching the rooftops. Sprinklers click back and forth across lawns that have already been measured by the invisible court of the neighborhood opinion. The houses are similar but not identical. One has blue shutters. One has a pink bathroom everyone has heard about. One has a picture window large enough to broadcast family stability to passing traffic. The street smells like cut grass hose, water cigarette smoke, and somebody's bacon escaping through a kitchen vent. Everything looks calm. That is how you know everyone is working very hard. The rules are everywhere, but nobody hands you a rule book. You absorb them quietly the way children absorb adult disappointment and the smell of floor wax. Lawns should be trimmed. Cars should be washed. Children should be outdoors enough to look healthy but not so wild that neighbours start using words like unruly. Mothers should appear put together before noon, preferably before the mailman arrives. Fathers should be seen doing practical things with tools, even if the tool has no relationship to the actual problem. A man standing in his driveway with a wrench is not necessarily fixing anything. He may simply be signalling competence. The garage door opens. Dad emerges in weekend clothes, which means a collared shirt slightly too old for public respect, but still too respectable for comfort. He surveys the lawn with the seriousness of a military commander inspecting terrain. Across the street, Mr. Bradley is already trimming his hedges slowly, deliberately pretending not to look over. He is looking. Everyone is looking. The lawn is the first public report card. Too long, and people wonder if the father is slipping. Too brown, and people wonder if the household is careless. Too many weeds, and suddenly your family becomes a topic at coffee. Dandelions are not flowers here. They are ideological threats. The mower begins, one house, then another, then another. Soon the whole street hums with the sacred Saturday music of men, avoiding emotional conversation by attacking grass. Children are drafted into raking, bagging, pulling weeds, or holding something while Dad says not like that. The family dog barks at the mower with more honesty than anyone else in the yard. Mother steps outside with a basket of laundry or a broom or just a reason to be seen doing something. She waves at Mrs. Henderson next door. Good morning, good morning. That is the entire conversation on the surface. Underneath it contains several hundred pages of neighbourhood intelligence. Your roses look lovely means I noticed you were outside early. Getting warm isn't. It means I have nothing safe to say yet. We missed you at church last Sunday means everyone noticed. Is everything all right? Means please explain yourself before I have to invent something. The neighbourhood runs on these little codes. No one wants to seem nosy. That would be vulgar. Instead, people are concerned, interested, friendly, just checking in, passing by, happen to notice. Thought you should know. Thought you should know may be the most dangerous phrase on the block. It can mean your child left a bicycle in the street. It can mean your teenager was seen near the drugstore with someone whose jeans were too tight. It can mean your husband's car was not in the driveway at the usual time. It can mean Mrs. Parker has decided your hydrangeas are creating a visual problem for the entire street. Nobody says surveillance. They say community. And to be fair, sometimes it was community. If someone was sick, neighbours brought soup. If a child fell off a bike, someone's mother patched the knee. If a family had a new baby, casseroles appeared from every direction wrapped in foil and mild competition. If a storm knocked down a branch, men came over with swords opinions and a strong desire to explain what should have been done earlier. There was comfort in being known. There was also no escape from being known. That was the bargain. Your business was your own as long as your business did not make it past the porch. The front porch was another stage. In the evening, adults sat outside with iced tea cigarettes or something stronger poured into a glass that made no promises. Children played nearby. Bicycles clattered. Someone bounced a ball too loudly. Someone's father shouted from a driveway. A screen door slammed. The neighbourhood settled into its twilight theatre, and everyone listened. Voices carried in the warm air. Arguments had to be conducted carefully, preferably indoors with the windows closed and the fan running. If Mother and Dad disagreed, they lowered their voices. If they disagreed too loudly, someone next door suddenly needed to water a plant right beside the fence. If a plate broke, the whole street heard it spiritually, even if not physically. The rule was not that families had no problems. The rule was that problems should not become audible. A quiet marriage could be troubled. A loud marriage was embarrassing. A child could be difficult. A child discussed by neighbours was a crisis. A family could have money worries. But if those worries appeared in the yard, in the car, in the clothesline, or in the unpaid bill mentioned by the wrong person, then the private problem became public property. Children learned this early. You did not talk about family matters at school. You did not repeat what Dad said at dinner. You did not tell Mrs. Wilson that Mother cried yesterday unless you wanted the entire block to develop sudden interest in your household. You did not mention that Dad was sleeping on the sofa. You did not mention bills, fights, pills, drinking letters, locked rooms, or the fact that your older brother had been in trouble again. There were indoor truths and outdoor truths. Outdoor truths wore clean socks. Even play had rules. Children could run through yards, but only certain yards. Some lawns were friendly territory. Others were protected zones ruled by men who cared deeply about crabgrass and had no patience for baseballs. You knew which adults would return your ball kindly and which would hold it hostage until your father came to apologize. The street had borders invisible to grown-ups until crossed by children. You did not cut across Mrs. Jenkins' flower bed. You did not ride your bike too close to Mr. Allen's new Buick. You did not shout after dinner. You did not say certain words, even if you heard them from older boys behind the garage. And if you did something wrong, your mother might know before you got home. This was the terrifying miracle of 1950s communication. No cell phones, no text messages, no internet. And yet somehow, if you threw a rock at a street sign at 3:15, your mother knew by 3:22 and had already prepared the expression. The expression was worse than punishment. It said, "You have embarrassed us." Embarrassment was serious, because your behavior reflected the family. Your family reflected the house reflected the block reflected the community, and apparently the entire fate of America could be placed in danger by one boy tracking mud onto Mrs. Carter's porch. For mothers, the neighborhood was both workplace and courtroom. Every errand was visible. Grocery bags revealed buying habits. Laundry revealed discipline. Children revealed parenting. A quick trip to the mailbox could become a conversation. A conversation could become a commitment. A commitment could become 3 months on the school carnival committee selling raffle tickets to people who already owed you favors. There was always a committee, a bake sale, a church supper, a school pageant, a block party, a welcome basket, a farewell card, a collection for someone's cousin who'd been very unfortunate, though no one explained how. The neighborhood did not merely watch, it recruited. If Mother said no too often, people noticed. If she said yes too often, she disappeared into obligations. Either way, someone had an opinion. The block party was the grand ceremony of belonging. Folding tables appeared in driveways. Men gathered around grills with the seriousness of priests before an altar. Women brought potato salad, deviled eggs, baked beans, gelatin molds and casseroles labelled with pride or caution. Children ran in packs sticky with soda sunburn and freedom. Everything was cheerful. Everything was being evaluated. Whose dish went first, whose stayed untouched, whose husband drank too much, whose child cried, whose teenager disappeared for too long with someone else's teenager, whose folding chairs were new, whose car needed washing, who seemed happy, who seemed too happy, which was also suspicious. Belonging was warm. Belonging was exhausting. Behind the friendliness was a deeper pressure. The neighborhood wanted sameness because sameness felt safe. Similar houses, similar routines, similar families, similar manners. The 1950s suburb often promised security through order, and order meant keeping anything unusual at the edges. Different habits, different backgrounds, different family structures, different skin colours, different religions, different levels of money, all could become reasons for quiet distance, depending on the place and the people. Sometimes exclusion was written into policies, contracts, and institutions. Sometimes it was enforced with silence. Sometimes it was just a smile that did not reach the eyes. The brochure said, "Welcome." The block decided what welcome meant. So when a new family moved in, the whole street became a committee of observation. Curtains shifted. Lawns paused. Men slowed their cars slightly. Women noticed furniture being carried inside. Children gathered on bicycles, pretending not to stare while staring with the full force of youth. What does he do? Where are they from? How many children do they go to church? Did you see the car? Is she friendly? Friendly meant more than friendly. It meant compatible, understandable, willing to follow the rules no one had explained. A welcome casserole might arrive. So might a pie. So might nothing. Nothing said plenty. By night the neighbourhood looked peaceful again. Porch lights glowed. Curtains closed. Televisions flickered blue behind glass. Fathers sat in chairs. Mothers washed the last cups. Children lay in bed listening to the muffled world of adults. The street became a row of little stage sets, each one lit softly, each one hiding its own worries behind clean windows. From outside it all looked perfect. That was the achievement. But behind those picture windows every family knew the truth. The neighbourhood was not only a place to live, it was a mirror. It reflected what you wanted others to see, and sometimes it reflected what you feared they had already noticed. The trimmed lawn, the quiet voices, the polished car, the matching curtains, the careful wave from the porch. All of it said we belong here. All of it said please do not look too closely. And tomorrow morning when the sprinklers start and the blinds tilt open one by one, the whole street will begin again. Watching kindly, watching casually, watching constantly. Because in the 1950s neighbourhood everyone minded their own business. They just happened to know yours too. Sunday morning in a 1950s American home begins with holiness, panic, and one missing shoe. Not in that order. The sun has barely climbed over the rooftops and already mother is moving through the house like a woman commanding troops before a very formal battle. Church starts at 10, which means the family must leave by 9:30, which means everyone should have been ready by 9, which means by 8:15. The entire household is already spiritually behind schedule. Someone is in the bathroom too long. Someone cannot find a tie. Someone's hair refuses to accept civilization. And one child, almost certainly the youngest, has managed to lose a shoe between the bedroom and the hallway, a distance of roughly 12 feet and one national mystery. Sunday is not just a day of worship. Sunday is a public inspection with hymns. The hidden rule is simple. You do not merely go to church, you arrive as a family statement. Pressed, polished, brushed, shined, buttoned, buckled, and lightly threatened into respectability. Mother has laid out the clothes the night before. Dresses, gloves, hats, little jackets, clip-on ties, polished shoes, socks folded just so. The garments wait on beds and chair backs like tiny uniforms for the weekly pageant of belonging. Boys are squeezed into shirts with collars sharp enough to discipline the neck. Girls are buttoned into dresses with skirts that must not be wrinkled, stained, twisted, or touched by peanut butter under any circumstances. Sunday clothes are not designed for comfort. They are designed for evidence. Evidence that this family has standards. Evidence that mother has control. Evidence that father provides well enough for his children to look respectable in public, even if one of them is currently crying because his shoes feel like punishment. Mother herself is transformed. Weekday house dress gone, Sunday dress on. Hair set, lipstick applied, gloves waiting. Maybe a hat with a little veil, a flower, or some structure on top that looks less like fashion and more like a small decorative weather event. She checks herself in the mirror, not with vanity exactly, but with the trained eye of a woman who knows other women will notice everything. The hem, the gloves, the handbag, the children, especially the children. Father appears in his suit, dark, sober, proper. He tightens his tie in the mirror with the expression of a man preparing for both salvation and parking. His shoes are shined. His hair is combed. His hat is ready. He says we need to get moving in the tone of a man who has contributed one sentence to the morning and feels this should count as leadership. Mother is still hunting for the missing shoe. The children are lined up for inspection. Stand still. Turn around. Let me see your hands. What is on your sleeve, do not wipe that there. No, you cannot bring that toy. No, church is not over yet. We have not even left. By the time everyone reaches the car, the family has already survived one argument, 2 clothing emergencies, and a brief theological discussion about whether God cares if your socks itch. The answer, according to Mother, is yes, and get in the car. The drive to church is short but serious. The family car becomes a rolling chapel of last-minute corrections. Sit up. Stop touching your sister. Don't wrinkle that. Don't lean on the window. Don't ask for gum. Don't tell Pastor Williams about the thing Dad said when the lawnmower broke yesterday. That last rule is important. Children are dangerous at church because children repeat. They repeat with perfect timing. They repeat in front of pastors, teachers, grandmothers, and the one woman in town who will remember it until your funeral. Father drives with both hands on the wheel, scanning for a good parking spot. The church parking lot is not merely a parking lot. It is a social field. Cars line up like polished declarations of family status. Oldsmobiles, Chevrolets, Fords, Plymouths, each washed recently enough to suggest moral discipline. A dusty car on Sunday morning is not a car. It is a confession. Families step out one by one. Doors open, hats appear. Children are tugged into formation. Mothers smooth skirts. Fathers adjust jackets. Everyone smiles with the controlled brightness of people who have just shouted in the car but now belong to God and the community. The walk from parking lot to church door is the first test. You greet people, not too loudly, not too coldly. Warm enough to seem friendly, brief enough not to get trapped. There are handshakes, nods, little compliments, and coded remarks travelling through the morning air like carrier pigeons of judgment. My, don't the children look nice. This means Mother has passed the first round. That is a lovely hat. This may be sincere. It may also mean the hat has been noticed for future discussion. We missed you last week. This means your absence has already been entered into the permanent social record. Inside the church smells like polished wood hymnals, perfume wool suits, old paper, and a faint whisper of basement coffee. The sanctuary is quiet but not empty quiet. It is the kind of quiet made by many people trying very hard to be seen behaving well. The pews have politics. Every family has its usual place, not assigned. Worse, understood. Sit too far forward and you look ambitious. Sit too far back and people wonder if you are spiritually casual. Take someone else's pew and you may trigger a level of resentment normally reserved for property disputes and bad potato salad. Mother guides the children into position. Father sits on the aisle because fathers like exits and authority. Mother sits where she can monitor the children with side glances sharp enough to cut hymnal paper. Children sit in the middle, trapped between morality and upholstery. The service begins. Everyone stands. Everyone sings. Some sing confidently. Some mumble. Some move their mouths in the general shape of faith and hope the organ covers the evidence. Children hold hymnals too large for their hands and pretend to read words they do not understand. The organ swells. The congregation rises and sits in waves. There is comfort in the pattern. Stand, sing, sit, pray, listen, repeat. For many families, church was genuinely meaningful. It offered rhythm, belief, comfort, community, moral guidance, a place to grieve, a place to celebrate, and a language for hope that felt sturdy in uncertain times. In an age of Cold War fear, family pressure, illness, money worries, and rapidly changing neighborhoods, the church could feel like a steady old house that had not moved. But it was also a stage, especially on Sunday morning. Children had to sit still, which is asking a lot from a human being who has recently discovered elbows. You fold your hands, you look forward, you try not to swing your feet, you count ceiling beams, you study the back of Mrs. Franklin's hat, which has feathers and possibly its own zip code. You wonder if anyone would notice if you slid slowly under the pew and lived there until lunch. Mother notices before you move. She does not speak. She does not have to. A mother's church look is a complete disciplinary system. One glance says, sit up. Stop whispering. Put that down. Do not make me come over there and remember that I know where you sleep. The sermon begins. The pastor speaks in a calm voice, the kind that can make both eternal judgment and next week's pancake breakfast sound equally reasonable. He talks about kindness, patience, duty, charity, humility, and being a good neighbor. Adults nod. Children drift. Father looks attentive in the way men look attentive when thinking about whether the garage door was left open. Sometimes the sermon lands a little too close to home. Patience. Mother looks down at her gloves. Duty. Father shifts in the pew. Forgiveness. Two siblings still angry about a stolen comic book refuse eye contact. The church asks people to be better, and the family sits there wearing its best clothes, hoping improvement will not require a public confession or immediate change before Sunday dinner. Then comes the collection plate. It moves down the pew with quiet power. Coins, bills, envelopes. A child watches the adults place money inside with solemn precision. This is another lesson. Giving is public, but the amount is private. Private, that is, unless someone forgets the envelope and has to place coins in too loudly, creating a small metallic announcement of household finances. Mother has prepared for this. Of course she has. After the final hymn, the congregation rises into movement. Coats, handbags, gloves, hats, hymnals returned. Children are warned not to run, which means they will walk with running hidden inside them. The pastor stands at the door, shaking hands. Father shakes firmly. Mother smiles. Children are introduced again as if they have not already been displayed several times that morning. Lovely service, Pastor. Beautiful message. Yes, we'll see you at the supper. No, the children are just growing like weeds. Weeds, of course, being the only plant children are safely compared to in church. Then comes the basement. The church basement is where piety becomes coffee. Downstairs, fluorescent lights hum. Folding tables stand ready. Women arrange cookies, cakes, and plates of something covered in wax paper. Men gather near the coffee urn and discuss whether road repairs, baseball, and the kind of politics that can survive church walls. Children orbit the refreshment table like small sugar-seeking planets. This is where the real social test continues. Who speaks to whom? Who stands alone? Who is invited to the luncheon? Who brought homemade cookies and who brought store-bought? A difference everyone notices and forgives only selectively. Mother accepts a paper cup of coffee and enters the careful dance of conversation. How have you been busy? How are the children growing? How is your mother about the same? Each answer is safe, soft, respectable, nothing too sharp, nothing that could be carried across the room and placed gently into someone else's gossip basket. Church community could hold people beautifully. It could bring meals after illness prayers, after loss rides to appointments, clothes for children, visits to the lonely, and a sense that no family stood entirely alone. But the same closeness could become pressure. If everyone knew you, everyone could measure you. Attendance, clothing, behavior, marriage, children, generosity, mood, even the look on your face during coffee hour. Belonging had a warmth. It also had a temperature gauge, and some people were not welcomed equally. In many places, race, class, denomination, family background, divorce, poverty, or simply being different could shape who felt at home and who felt watched. The church door might be open, but the inner circle was sometimes guarded by custom silence and the soft force of who was invited to sit where. That is part of the story too. Sunday best could comfort, Sunday best could conceal. By the time the family returns to the car, everyone is tired in a clean, formal way. The children are hungry. Father wants the newspaper. Mother is already thinking about dinner, laundry, and whether Mrs. Franklin's comment about the children's growth was actually about the youngest boy's wrinkled collar. The car doors close. The family exhales. Father starts the engine. Mother removes her gloves finger by finger. The children loosen into themselves again, collars sagging, socks slipping, questions returning. Can we have pancakes? No. Can I change clothes when we get home? Yes. Did you see Mrs. Franklin's hat? Don't be rude. But everyone saw the hat. Back at home, the Sunday clothes come off. Shoes are lined up, dresses are hung, ties are loosened, hair begins to escape. The family becomes less polished, more human. The church version of them folds gently away until next week. And still something lingers. A hymn in the hallway. The smell of coffee on Father's breath. The press of gloves in Mother's handbag. The soft authority of the morning. The comfort of belonging and the ache of being measured. In the 1950s, Sunday church was not just worship. It was proof that the family had order, manners, faith, and a place in the community. It was devotion, yes. But it was also theatre. A weekly walk through the bright doorway of respectability, where every hat, handshake, child, pew, casserole, and careful smile helped answer the same quiet question. Are we the kind of family people can approve of? And tomorrow the answer will be tested again. Not under stained glass this time, but under the buzzing lights of the school cafeteria, where the PTA mothers gather with clipboards, casseroles, and a level of social strategy that could frighten foreign governments. Tuesday night, 7 p.m. elementary school cafeteria. The fluorescent lights are buzzing overhead with the soft menace of a government building. The floor smells faintly of wax milk cartons and old lunch. Folding chairs are arranged in rows that look harmless enough, but do not be fooled. This is not a simple meeting. This is the PTA. And in 1950s America, the PTA is where motherhood becomes public office. Without the salary, the title, or the possibility of escape. The mothers arrive first. Of course they do. They come in dresses, cardigans, sensible heels, gloves tucked into handbags, and faces arranged into polite expressions that can mean anything from "how lovely" to "I know what you did with the lemon bars last spring." Some carry notebooks. Some carry covered dishes. Some carry the kind of quiet confidence that comes from having chaired the bake sale 3 years in a row and surviving every frosting emergency known to woman. The men are fewer. A few fathers appear, usually for special votes, budget matters, or anything involving repairs lumber, or the possibility of standing near a blackboard while saying, "Now, let's be reasonable." They stand near the backhands in pockets, pretending they are only here to support education, and not because their wives told them very clearly after dinner that they were going. But the room belongs to the mothers. Make no mistake, this is their parliament. At home, a 1950s mother is expected to keep the house smiling. At church, she's expected to keep the children respectable. At school, she's expected to become a volunteer organizer, fundraiser, baker, decorator, driver, moral committee, emergency seamstress, and unpaid public relations department for the entire family. The hidden rule is simple. Good mothers show up. Not when convenient, not when rested, not when the laundry is finished, because the laundry is never finished. They show up because absence is visible. If you miss too many meetings, someone notices. If you never volunteer, someone remembers. If your child's class table at the carnival looks bare, the shame travels home faster than a school note folded in a lunchbox. So mother shows up. She may be tired. She may still smell faintly of dish soap and baked ham. She may have rushed through dinner, stacked the plates in the sink, checked homework, changed into a better dress, and told the children not to bother their father unless something was on fire or bleeding. But here she is, smiling, with a casserole. The meeting begins with a clap from the PTA president. Every school has one. She is cheerful, efficient, terrifying, and possibly powered by black coffee and moral superiority. Her hair does not move. Her clipboard is immaculate. She knows everyone's child, everyone's weakness, and exactly who brought store-bought cookies to the Christmas program of 1954. She calls the meeting to order, old business first. The playground seesaw is still broken. The spring recital needs ushers. The library needs more volunteers. The cafeteria curtains are, according to someone near the front, looking a little tired, which is a dangerous phrase because curtains do not become tired by themselves. Tired curtains mean someone must form a committee, and a committee means someone will lose 3 afternoons to fabric swatches and resentment. Then comes new business, the bake sale. The room changes, not visibly perhaps. No one stands. No one slams a fist on the table. This is not that kind of battle. This is respectable competition, which means everyone smiles while quietly reaching for the nearest weaponized recipe card. The bake sale is not about baked goods. That is what outsiders think. The bake sale is about reputation, discipline, presentation, domestic skill, family standing, and whether your brownies can hold their shape under fluorescent lighting. Cookies are never just cookies. They're edible resumes. Cupcakes are campaign posters. Pies are declarations of identity. A sad plate of lopsided oatmeal bars can follow a woman longer than a bad haircut. Mother knows this. She is planned carefully. She cannot bring something too plain. That suggests lack of effort. She cannot bring something too fancy. That suggests showing off. She cannot bring the same cake Mrs. Bradley always brings, because that would be interpreted as either ignorance or aggression. She cannot bring anything that collapses in transit, melts near a radiator, contains too many nuts, or requires explanation longer than the recipe itself. The perfect bake sale item must say several things at once. I care about the school. I am practical. I am talented. I am not trying too hard. My household is stable. Please buy 2. The sign-up sheet travels down the row. This sheet is more powerful than it looks. It decides who will bake, who will serve, who will decorate, who will clean up, who will bring napkins, who will handle money, and who will escape with something suspiciously easy like paper plates. Every mother watches the sheet move closer, calculating obligations, alliances, and how much dignity remains in signing up for lemonade. Someone takes cupcakes, someone takes cookies, Someone takes coffee service and immediately regrets it. Mother signs her name beside layer cake. A bold move. Layer cake says confidence. Layer cake says she owns cooling racks. Layer cake says she believes frosting can be trusted under pressure. Across the room, Mrs. Henderson notices. Of course she notices. Mrs. Henderson notices weather patterns, hem lengths, and whether children say thank you with enough eye contact. A tiny smile passes over her face. The war has begun. But the PTA is not only bake sales, it is school politics wrapped in wax paper. There are discussions about classroom supplies, the Halloween parade, the Thanksgiving program, the Christmas pageant, the book fair, the field trip, the safety patrol, the new teacher, the old teacher, the music teacher, and whether the boys are getting too rough at recess. Every topic sounds innocent. None of them are. The Halloween parade raises questions about costumes. Nothing too scary, nothing too silly, nothing that suggests poor taste. The Christmas pageant raises questions about speaking parts. Every mother wants her child included, but no mother wants to look like she is campaigning. So the campaigning happens in side conversations near the coffee urn. The school carnival is even worse. Games must be staffed, tickets must be counted, prizes must be purchased. Someone must run the cakewalk, a tradition that sounds wholesome until you realize it combines gambling, dessert, and public disappointment. Someone must organize the fishing booth. Someone must paint signs. Someone must supervise children throwing beanbags at milk bottles with enough force to expose deeper family tensions. And every job says something about status. Treasurer is serious. Refreshments are powerful. Decorations are visible. Cleanup is humble but may earn sympathy if performed with the right facial expression. The mothers understand this economy. They are living inside a world where their public achievements are often filtered through children, husbands, homes, and committees. A woman may not have a job title outside the house, but inside the PTA she can become chairwoman, secretary, coordinator, organizer, the one everyone calls when things fall apart. It is a kind of power. Limited, yes. Unpaid, yes. Exhausting, absolutely. But real. So the competition matters because recognition is rare. At home, clean floors disappear under shoes. Dinners vanish into mouths. Laundry returns dirty. But a successful bake sale leaves a number, a compliment, a mention in the school newsletter, a moment when someone says you did such a wonderful job and everyone hears it. That kind of praise can keep a woman going for days, or at least until the next casserole crisis. The meeting continues. A mother raises a concern about boys reading too many comic books. Another worries about rock and roll at the school dance. Someone suggests stricter dress standards. Someone else says children today are getting too much freedom, which is a sentence adults have been saying since the first child wandered away from a cave with a stick. The principal smiles carefully. He knows better than to underestimate this room. A PTA meeting may look like coffee minutes and polite applause, but underneath it is an entire system of community pressure. These parents are deciding what respectable childhood should look like. Clean clothes, good manners, safe music, proper dances, approved books, patriotic programs, enough fun to look healthy but not enough to make adults nervous. The children are not in the room. They are still being managed. Mother sits there listening, taking mental notes. She knows which teacher is praised, which child is hinted at, which family has been absent, which mother is gaining influence, which one is slipping. Gossip moves gently here, never too directly. A phrase like "I'm sure she's doing her best" can destroy a woman with kindness. Coffee is poured. Cookies are passed. The cookies are evaluated silently. Too dry, too sweet, good texture, probably from a mix. Brave choice with raisins. Respectable competition requires manners, so nobody says any of this aloud. Instead, there are smiles and recipes requested with varying degrees of sincerity. Asking for a recipe can mean admiration. It can also mean investigation. By the time the meeting ends, assignments have been made. The bake sale is scheduled. The carnival is forming like a storm system. The pageant has a committee. And Mother has somehow agreed to lay a cake ticket sales and helping with costumes, even though she arrived promising herself she would say no to at least one thing. She gathers her handbag. The chairs scrape. Women cluster in small groups for the unofficial meeting after the official meeting, which is always where the real decisions are made. A few fathers drift toward the exit, relieved to have survived democracy with refreshments. Outside, the night air is cool. The school building glows behind her. Mother walks to the car carrying her notes, her obligations and the strange mixture of pride and fatigue that comes from being needed by people who will not pay you and may judge your frosting. When she gets home, the house is quiet. Maybe Dad is in his chair. Maybe the children are asleep. Maybe the dishes are still in the sink waiting faithfully because housework does not attend meetings and therefore makes no concessions. Mother sets down her purse. She checks the calendar. Bake sale Friday, committee Tuesday, costumes due next week, layer cake somehow necessary by dawn. She sighs softly so nobody hears, and yet somewhere beneath the exhaustion there is a small spark. She will make the cake. She will frost it properly. She will wrap it carefully. She will walk into that school with her head held high, and if Mrs. Henderson brings cupcakes with little sugared flowers, then so be it. In the 1950s, respectable competition did not always look like ambition. Sometimes it looked like a woman standing in her kitchen at 11 at night, sifting flour under a yellow light, trying to prove that her family, her child, her home, and perhaps even she herself belonged on the good table. And when the bake sale begins, every plate will tell a story. The new refrigerator hums in the kitchen like a promise nobody has completely paid for. There it stands, tall, pale, shining, and faintly proud of itself. A modern appliance, a family achievement, a cold white monument to progress with chrome handles, rounded edges, and enough interior shelving to make Mother feel for one brief afternoon as if life might finally become organized. Everyone admires it. The children open it too often because children believe cold air is free and electricity is just something walls provide out of kindness. Dad tells them to close the door. Mother tells them not to stand there letting all the cold out. The youngest asks where the cold goes when it leaves, and nobody answers because the family is not prepared for philosophy before lunch. But the refrigerator is beautiful. It is the kind of thing visitors notice. My, isn't that nice? Brand new. How wonderful. Mother smiles. Dad nods modestly. The children feel oddly proud, as if they personally helped manufacture the freezer compartment. And for a moment the whole kitchen seems to glow with the good kind of American progress. Milk stays cold. Leftovers have a proper home. Ice cubes appear in trays like tiny miracles. The butter has its own little door which feels luxurious even if nobody knows why butter deserves privacy. But behind that gentle hum is another sound. The payment book. That little booklet tucked in a drawer hiding between a church envelope, a grocery list, and a pencil, worn down by arithmetic no one wants to do. Every month a number waits there. Not dramatic, not enormous all at once, just patient, regular, calmly demanding its place at the table. This was the quiet trick of the post-war dream. You could have the future now. You could pay for it slowly. A refrigerator, a washing machine, a television set, a bedroom suite, a vacuum cleaner, a car with fins large enough to express national confidence. The house could fill with modern life before the money had fully arrived. Credit made the dream reachable. It also made the dream follow you home and sit in the kitchen humming all night. Dad knows this. He may not say it while admiring the new appliance. He may pat the top of it, open the door, inspect the shelves, and comment that it ought to last a good long while. That is father language. What he means is, please last longer than the payments. Mother knows too. She opens the refrigerator with careful hope. Inside are eggs, milk, a bowl covered with wax paper, leftover ham, a jar of pickles, margarine, a bottle of ketchup, and a small dish containing something that may once have been carrots. She arranges the food neatly because a full refrigerator feels like safety. A half-empty one feels like a question. And in many 1950s, home's money was full of questions. Not always poverty, not always crisis, often just the soft daily pressure of making things stretch. The paycheck arrives, and before anyone can feel rich, it begins disappearing into mortgage payments, car payments, insurance, groceries, school shoes, church donations, repairs, gasoline, doctor bills, and whatever mysterious expense children create by growing too quickly. Children are expensive in quiet ways. They do not arrive at the table saying, "Hello, I require new socks and dental care." They simply outgrow things. One day the shoes fit. The next day a toe is pressing against the front like a prisoner asking for parole. A winter coat becomes too short. A school trip requires money. A birthday party requires a gift. A baseball glove is suddenly necessary for social survival. Someone needs glasses. Someone needs fillings. Someone loses a lunchbox with the calm carelessness of youth and expects civilization to provide another. Mother keeps track of these things. Dad may earn the money, but Mother often knows where it has to go before he has taken off his hat. She has the grocery budget in her head. She knows which store has cheaper canned peaches. She knows whether roast can be stretched into sandwiches soup, and a casserole that will be described as hearty because honest names are sometimes too cruel. She clips coupons with the focus of a codebreaker. She saves bacon grease. She rinses jars. She folds wax paper if it can be used again without anyone getting suspicious. This is not glamour. This is strategy. A 1950s kitchen can look abundant and still be ruled by arithmetic. The pantry may have rows of cans, but not all cans are equal. Some are for guests, some are for emergencies, some are for stretching, some are for the strange recipe from a magazine that Mother regrets but refuses to admit was a mistake. A good pantry says the family is prepared. A careful pantry says the family is watching every dime. The refrigerator becomes part of this performance. It must look full enough, especially if company comes. Nobody wants a neighbour opening it, not that a polite neighbour would, but somehow the possibility exists in the moral imagination of the house. A bare refrigerator feels too intimate. It tells the truth too plainly. So Mother keeps it respectable. A pitcher of milk, a covered dish, a jar of olives from last Christmas, a plate of leftovers arranged as if they are waiting for a second career, a jello mould setting on the middle shelf glowing gently like a radioactive church window. Dinner is planned around what must be used before it turns. This is the hidden clock inside every refrigerator. The ham must become sandwiches by Wednesday. The potatoes must be rescued before their eyes open. The milk must last until Friday. The lettuce is already showing signs of giving up, but perhaps if placed under enough dressing, it can still pass as salad. And all the while the refrigerator hums. A modern sound. A comforting sound. A financed sound. Dad hears it late at night sometimes. The house is dark. The children are asleep. Mother has finally stopped moving. The television is off. In that quiet, the refrigerator seems louder. The sound of cold milk. the sound of progress, the sound of 12 more payments. He may sit at the kitchen table with a pencil adding numbers on the back of an envelope. Mortgage, car, insurance, groceries, refrigerator. Maybe the television too, because the television was supposed to bring the family together, and also because every other family on the block seemed to have one, and children are very skilled at noticing national inequality when cartoons are involved. The numbers do not care how hard he works. They simply sit there. Mother may come in wearing her robe asking if everything's all right. Dad says yes. Just checking something. Just checking something is the financial version of fine. It means please do not make me say I am worried. She may sit with him anyway. Not too close. Not dramatically. Just there under the weak kitchen light beside the refrigerator that represents both security and debt. They talk in low voices, not fighting exactly. Planning, trimming, deciding. The new shoes can wait 2 weeks. The roast can be smaller. Maybe no department store trip this month. Maybe they can skip the vacation or make it a shorter drive. Maybe the repair can be done by Dad himself, which is how many household projects begin their journey toward the garage and never return. Money worries in the 1950s did not always announce themselves. They hid behind phrases. We'll see. Not this week. Maybe later. Make do. There's still some life in it. Do you really need that children heard these phrases and understood only part of them? They knew when not to ask again. They knew when Dad's face changed at the mention of something expensive. They knew Mother could turn leftovers into a meal with the seriousness of a magician performing under pressure. They knew new things were exciting, but also somehow heavy. The new refrigerator was exciting. So was the new television. So was the new car. But every new thing came with a shadow, a bill, a payment, a responsibility to keep appearing successful enough to justify the purchase. Because once a family had a new refrigerator, they had joined a certain picture of modern American life, and pictures require maintenance. The neighbors saw the delivery truck. That mattered. A big appliance being carried into the house was a neighborhood event. Curtains moved, children gathered, men offered comments about brands. Women asked practical questions about freezer space and whether the shelves were adjustable. Everyone admired the appliance, but beneath the admiration was measurement. They must be doing well. Or perhaps they are trying to look like they are doing well. The difference was thin. In suburbia, prosperity had to be visible but not boastful. You wanted the good refrigerator but not too flashy. The new car but not the one that made people whisper. The full grocery cart but not waste. The nice curtains but not extravagance. A family had to look comfortable, never desperate, never showy, never strained. This required balance, and balance required money, or at least the appearance of it. Mother learned to create abundance out of management. A casserole in a large dish looked generous. Bread on the table filled the gaps. Gelatin made dinner seem festive for reasons history may never fully explain. Coffee and dessert could stretch an evening. A bowl of fruit on the counter suggested health prosperity, and the ability to ignore the bruised banana until tomorrow. Dad learned to carry worry without showing it. He might say the refrigerator was a good investment. He might say it would save money in the long run. He might say modern appliances were worth it. And maybe he believed all of that. But still at night he listened to the hum. Because that hum was not just cold air. It was expectation. A family with a new refrigerator was supposed to be moving forward. A family with a mortgage was supposed to be building equity. A family with a car was supposed to be free. A family with a television was supposed to be happy together in the living room. Every purchase carried a little moral instruction. You have the good life. Now keep up. And many families did. They worked, saved, clipped, stretched, repaired, borrowed, refinanced, delayed, and smiled. They paid for the refrigerator. They filled it. They cleaned it. They defrosted it when the ice grew thick enough to suggest a polar expedition. They placed leftovers inside and hoped nothing spoiled before payday. The appliance became ordinary after a while. That is the fate of miracles. The new refrigerator becomes just the refrigerator. Children leave fingerprints on the handle. Mother wipes them off. Dad opens it at night looking for a snack and finds only a covered bowl he does not trust. The payment book slowly thins. The kitchen keeps functioning. The family keeps eating. The dream keeps humming. But behind the chrome handle and the neat shelves there remains a quiet truth. The 1950s family was not only built on love duty and routine, it was built on payments, on budgets, on careful spending, on the pressure to look secure in a world where security had a monthly due date. So when you picture that bright kitchen with its polished floor, its cheerful curtains and its new refrigerator glowing softly, when the door swings open, listen closely. Beneath the clink of milk bottles and the rustle of wax paper, beneath the promise of cold leftovers and ice cubes ready for company, there is another sound. The soft arithmetic of a family trying to afford the life everyone said they already had. And tomorrow, when Mother opens the refrigerator to plan dinner, she will not just be looking for food. She will be looking for a way to make the numbers last until Friday. Downstairs, beneath the cheerful kitchen and the living room nobody's allowed to sit in properly, there is another America. It smells like damp concrete laundry soap, old cardboard canned peaches, and the nervous hope that government pamphlets are correct. Welcome to the basement. The basement in a 1950s American home is not just a basement. It is the place where the washing machine rattles Christmas decorations go to be forgotten. Board games lose their pieces, and the family stores its quiet agreement that the world might end, but hopefully not before Dad gets home from work. At first glance, it looks ordinary. There are shelves along the wall, a laundry basket, a wringer washer or a newer machine making noises like it is trying to escape, a stack of paint cans with labels no one can read anymore, a box marked miscellaneous, which is father language for objects he will never throw away and cannot identify under oath. But look closer. In the corner behind the old storm windows and next to the extra folding chairs there is the family's emergency supply. Cans. So many cans. Canned beans. Canned peaches. Canned soup. Spam. Vienna sausages. Powdered milk, crackers sealed in tins, a jug of water nobody trusts. Maybe a hand crank can opener, because even in nuclear preparedness someone has to remember the practical details. There might be batteries, candles, matches, bandages, a flashlight, and a little transistor radio that Dad tests occasionally with the solemn focus of a man tuning into civilization's last broadcast. This is the fallout corner. Not exactly a shelter, more like a laundry room with ambition. Some families built real shelters, some talked about it, some bought supplies, some read civil defense booklets and then placed them in a drawer under appliance warranties and never looked again. Many households existed somewhere between preparation and denial, which is a very American address. The hidden rule was simple: be afraid, but be orderly about it. Cold War fear did not always arrive as panic. Often it arrived as a pamphlet with clean illustrations, a smiling family, a tidy basement, a father pointing toward supplies, a mother holding a blanket, children looking calm, obedient, and somehow freshly combed while preparing for atomic disaster. That was the strangest part. Even the end of the world was supposed to have good posture. At school you learn about duck and cover. The film begins, the projector clicks, the room darkens. The teacher stands at the back with the expression of someone who has agreed to teach both arithmetic and survival. On the screen, a friendly turtle or a serious narrator explains that if you see a flash, you should immediately duck under your desk and cover your head. Your desk. The same desk with old gum underneath it and a wobbling leg. This wooden rectangle which barely protects you from a spelling test is now being presented as your best hope against nuclear war. You do not say this aloud. Children in the 1950s are not encouraged to critique national defense strategy before lunch, so you practice siren sound, drop down, cover your head, close your eyes, stay still. The classroom becomes a field of children curled beneath desks, saddle shoes sticking out lunchboxes waiting on hooks, the American flag watching from the corner as if trying not to look worried. The teacher says, "Very good," and you stand up again slightly dusty, slightly confused, and return to fractions, because that is what the decade does best. It places apocalypse between math and recess. Back at home, the adults discuss it in careful tones. Not in front of the children, naturally, which means directly within range of the children, but with words lowered enough to create permanent curiosity. Dad reads the newspaper. Mother folds towels. The radio mentions Moscow-Washington missiles, tests, treaties, warnings, tension. The words float through the house like smoke. Atomic. Communist, shelter, preparedness, retaliation. Children hear them and build their own understanding out of fragments. The Soviets are far away, but somehow also near enough to affect canned soup. The basement is safer than the kitchen, but not as comfortable. Desks are important. Sirens mean something. Adults are worried, but they are pretending not to be, which means the children must pretend not to notice the pretending. This is how fear becomes domestic. It does not stay in headlines. It moves into shelves, into drills, into conversations at dinner that stop when children enter, into the way Dad checks the batteries, into the way Mother buys a few extra cans at the grocery store and says they were on sale, though everyone knows sale is sometimes another word for anxiety. On Saturday afternoon, Dad may decide to organise the supplies. This becomes a family project, which means everyone is assigned a task except the person who actually knows where the can opener is. Dad stands in the basement holding a clipboard or a notepad, looking around with the seriousness of a civil defence official and the confusion of a man surrounded by laundry. "We need to be ready," he says. "Ready for what? Just ready." That is as much explanation as you receive. Mother brings down extra blankets. She labels boxes. She checks dates on cans, though expiration dates in the 1950s often feel more like suggestions from a future nobody has fully agreed on. The children are asked to carry things, count things, and stop touching things. One child immediately turns the shelter area into a fort. Another asks if the dog gets to come. This creates a pause. Of course, the dog comes. What about the cat? The cat, being wiser than the family, has already refused to enter the basement. The goldfish remains a troubling unresolved issue. Dad stacks cans neatly. Beans with beans, soup with soup, fruit with fruit. Spam in a category of its own because even disaster needs boundaries. He checks the flashlight. It does not work. He taps it against his hand in the ancient father method of repair. It flickers once. He declares it good enough. Good enough is doing heroic work. There may be a map. There may be a first aid kit. There may be a box of crackers that will never be eaten unless civilization collapses or a child finds it during hide and seek. The whole arrangement looks both reassuring and deeply inadequate, which is the emotional signature of Cold War preparedness. Still, the family feels better. That matters. The basement supplies say someone is in charge. Someone has thought about danger. Someone has made a plan, even if the plan involves canned peaches, a flashlight with personality problems, and a folding cot placed dangerously close to the laundry sink. For parents, this mattered more than they could say. The father could not stop nuclear war. He could not negotiate treaties. He could not move the family to a safer planet, though after some PTA meetings he may have considered it. But he could stack cans, he could test batteries, he could read the pamphlet, he could tell the children where to go if the siren sounded. That was one way to be strong. Mother could not explain to her children why the world felt so fragile, but she could keep extra blankets. She could buy powdered milk. She could make the basement corner less frightening by placing supplies neatly as if order itself might hold the roof up. That was one way to love. And for children, the basement becomes both terrifying and exciting. It is forbidden enough to feel important, cold enough to feel serious, cluttered enough for adventure. You sneak down there sometimes with a flashlight and a sibling stepping round laundry baskets and ancient paint cans, imagining spies, bombs, secret tunnels, and government agents hiding behind the furnace. You examine the cans like treasure. You turn the radio dial and catch static music, a baseball game, a preacher, a foreign voice you do not understand, which makes everything feel immediately more dangerous. You sit on the cold floor and wonder if the world could really end while your homework is still unfinished. Part of you is scared. Part of you hopes the shelter gets used just enough to justify all the crackers. Children are strange that way. At night, the basement waits under the house. While the family eats dinner, it waits. While television families solve tidy problems upstairs, it waits. While dad sits in his chair and mother folds laundry, it waits. Beneath the warmth of the home is the little concrete reminder that safety has limits. Sometimes the siren tests. The sound rises over the neighborhood, long and eerie, cutting through lawn mowers, kitchen radios, and children's games. Everyone pauses, just for a second. A spoon stops moving. A mother looks up. A father listens. Children freeze in yards, suddenly aware that the grown-up world contains things larger than curfews and math tests. Then the siren stops. Life resumes. Someone laughs too loudly. Someone says, "Just a test. Just a test." Another powerful phrase. It means go back to your casserole. Go back to your laundry. Go back to trimming the hedge. Go back to your spelling words. The danger is still there, but it has politely excused itself for the afternoon. That was the rhythm of Cold War fear in the family home. Alarm and routine, dread and dishes, sirens and school lunches, a mushroom cloud in the newspaper, and then mother asking whether anyone wants more potatoes. The 1950s family had to hold both realities at once. The world might be ending and the children still needed clean socks. The news could mention missiles and dad still had to fix the screen door. Civilization might be one bad decision away from disaster, but the PTA bake sale was still Friday, and someone had already signed up for lemon squares. So the fear went underground. Literally. It settled in the basement beside the washing machine and the canned fruit. It stayed there humming quietly under the floorboards, not always spoken of but always present. The family walked above it in polished shoes and house slippers, pretending the house was simple, safe and sealed against history. But every so often someone opened the basement door. The cool air rose. The smell of soap concrete and canned peaches drifted upward. And everyone remembered. Not for long, just long enough. Then the door closed again. The kitchen light stayed warm. The television glowed. The children went to bed. Dad checked the lock. Mother folded the last towel. Outside, the suburbs slept under a dark sky filled with stars, airplanes, and all the invisible fears no one could tuck neatly onto a shelf. And down below in the basement corner, the cans waited in their careful rows. Beans, peaches, soup, Spam. A strange little pantry for the end of the world, ready just in case tomorrow was not as ordinary as everyone needed it to be. By the time the dinner dishes are stacked in the sink and the last smear of gravy has been wiped from the table, the 1950s, American family gathers around the glowing box in the living room. The television, a wooden cabinet with a tiny screen, a warm hum, and the strange power to make every family in America feel slightly underdressed for its own life. There it sits in the corner like a modern altar, heavy, expensive, and treated with more respect than some relatives. Dad adjusts the antenna with the concentration of a man trying to contact another planet. Mother lowers the lights. Children settle on the rug close enough to see, but not so close that someone starts a lecture about ruining their eyes. The dog finds a spot near the couch and prepares to ignore culture entirely. The screen flickers. A grey picture rolls. Someone slaps the side of the set. And suddenly, there they are. The television families. Clean, cheerful, well lit, calm in ways that should have been investigated. Their kitchens sparkle before breakfast. Their fathers come home from work with enough energy to teach lessons. Their mothers wear pearls while solving problems that never involve real laundry, unpaid bills, or a child vomiting into a wastebasket at 2 a.m. Their children misbehave, politely learn something by the final scene, and never seem to leave grape jelly on the arm of the good chair. It is beautiful. It is comforting. It is also a trap. Because once television entered the home, the 1950s family was no longer only being watched by neighbours through Venetian blinds. Now the family was watching an improved version of itself every night, beamed directly into the living room like a soft black and white accusation. The hidden rule was simple: be more like them, more patient, more cheerful, more orderly, more wholesome, more prepared, with a gentle laugh and a useful moral before the commercial break. The television father is firm but fair. He has a job, of course, but the job never seems to drain him completely. He returns home in a suit, maybe tired in a charming way, never the kind of tired that sits in the car for 3 minutes before coming inside. He has wisdom available on demand. If a child breaks a window, lies about homework, or learns a lesson about responsibility through a missing baseball glove TV, Dad knows exactly what to say. He does not snap. He does not stare through the newspaper like a man trying to disappear into the sports section. He simply places one hand on his son's shoulder and delivers a calm little speech about honesty, courage, or why mowing lawns builds character. Real Dad, sitting in his chair at home, watches this with mixed feelings. He may grunt. He may say nobody talks like that. He may secretly wish he could. The television mother is even more dangerous. She's tidy without appearing tired, warm without seeming overwhelmed, busy but never frantic. Her hair is set, her dress is neat. Sometimes she wears pearls while making breakfast, which is a bold choice for any woman operating near bacon grease. She smiles when children enter the kitchen. She listens, she advises, she produces cookies at emotionally appropriate moments. Real mother watches from the couch, or more likely from the edge of the room while folding laundry. She may enjoy the show, she may laugh, she may find comfort in the pattern. But somewhere beneath that comfort is the faint pressure of comparison. TV mother always has time. TV mother never seems to scrape burnt casserole from a dish while wondering if the grocery money will last. TV mother's children ask questions, but not the kind that make adults look toward the hallway and lower their voices. Her house never looks as if people live there by force. The curtains hang correctly. The counters shine. The breakfast table is neat. If something goes wrong, it's the sort of wrong that can be fixed with kindness, a short talk, and possibly a pie cooling on the windowsill. In real houses, wrong was messier. Wrong could last for months. Ron could sit at the dinner table and say nothing. Still the family watches. Every night, millions of people gather in dim living rooms, the blue glow touching their faces, and enter a world where domestic life has been edited for reassurance. The laugh track tells them when things are funny. The music tells them when things are solved. The commercials tell them what to buy so their own lives might move a little closer to the shining picture. A better detergent, a brighter toothpaste, a smoother coffee, a new car, a new cereal, a new floor wax, a new product to help mother become even more efficient, because apparently her only real problem is that she has not yet purchased the correct powder. The commercials are almost as powerful as the shows. They speak directly to the home. They promise ease, beauty, approval, speed, freshness, modernity, and children who beam with gratitude over breakfast cereal. Mother is told that the right soap can make whites whiter. Dad is told that the right automobile can make him feel like the master of the highway, even if he is mostly driving to work and back with a headache. Children are told that happiness comes in boxes, wrappers, decoder rings, and toys available if they mail in enough labels and hope. Television does not just entertain the family, it instructs the family. It teaches the shape of the ideal living room, the ideal marriage, the ideal child, the ideal breakfast, the ideal problem. Especially the ideal problem, because television problems are polite little visitors. They knock enter, cause 23 minutes of mild concern and leave before bedtime. Real problems unpack. They stay. They know where the towels are. The 1950s family needed television, though. That is the complicated part. After long work days, school drills, neighborhood judgment, money worries, and dinners, where feelings were not served, television offered a gentle escape. It gave the family somewhere to look together. No one had to talk too much. No one had to explain themselves. They could sit in one room pointed toward the same flickering dream and feel close without the danger of conversation. That mattered. For Dad, television was rest with sound. For Mother, it was company that did not ask for coffee. For children, it was wonder. Cowboys, comedians, puppets, space heroes, singing guests, game shows, mystery programs, newsmen, and perfect families who seemed to live inside the box and never needed the bathroom. The children stretched on the rug, chins in hands, eyes wide, absorbing stories, manners, jokes, fears, and a whole catalogue of things they would later ask for at the store. But the box also changed the room. Before television, the living room faced itself. Chairs turned toward conversation card games, visitors the radio, the fireplace if the house had one. After television, the furniture began to face the screen, as if the family had elected a new head of household with better lighting. The television decided the evening rhythm. News at a certain hour, comedy after dinner, a favourite show no one wanted to miss. Children begged for one more program. Dad controlled the knob because remotes were not yet common household objects, and walking across the room was apparently a parental privilege. Mother listened from the kitchen if dishes still needed doing. Sometimes she came in late and asked what she missed, and everyone answered at once in a way that explained nothing. And on the screen the ideal family continued. TV children got into trouble, but not too much. They were curious, not wounded, mischievous, not difficult. They learned lessons about honesty, sharing hard work, or why you should not hide a bad report card in the piano bench. By the end, they were forgiven. The house reset. The parents smiled. The family remained intact. Real children noticed this. They noticed that television parents explained more. They noticed that television fathers knelt down. They noticed that television mothers seemed less tired. They noticed that television siblings fought in ways that became funny instead of permanent. Maybe they wondered why their own house did not resolve before the credits. But they did not say that. because even children knew better than to compare their parents to people who had writers. The evening news brought another kind of performance. Men in suits spoke calmly about a world full of danger, international tension, bomb tests, politics, crime, weather, baseball. The same box that showed perfect families also carried the fear from outside the house directly into the living room. One moment a sitcom mother is solving a problem with cookies. The next, a newsman is explaining civil defense with a face so steady it makes dread feel official. Dad watches carefully. Mother grows quiet. Children understand only pieces. Then a commercial comes on for toothpaste and America tries to relax again. This was television's strange gift. It made fear and comfort neighbours, nuclear anxiety then cereal, juvenile delinquency then floor wax, a report from Washington then a smiling family in a kitchen so clean it looked untouched by actual food. And still people loved it. Of course they did. The television gave shape to the evening. It brought jokes into quiet rooms. It made lonely houses feel connected. It let families sit together when words were too hard. It gave children heroes, parents examples, advertisers, customers, and tired adults a reason to stop moving for half an hour. The trouble came when the glowing picture became the measuring stick. A mother already stretched thin could look at that calm woman on the screen and feel smaller. A father already worried about money could watch another father deliver perfect wisdom and feel clumsier in his own silence. A child could look at a TV family and wonder why love in real life came with sharper voices, colder pauses, and more rules about the carpet. Nobody could live up to those families, not even the actors probably. But the image stayed. Night after night it entered the living room and sat there with everyone else. The perfect kitchen, the patient father, the graceful mother, the charming children, the house where trouble arrived on schedule and left before the sponsor's message. Eventually bedtime comes. The program ends. The screen shrinks to a small white dot glowing for a second before vanishing into darkness. The living room changes back into itself. The plastic sofa, the tired father, the mother collecting cups, the children blinking sleepy and reluctant. The real house returns with its bills, Crumb's laundry whispers, and tomorrow's obligations waiting patiently in every room. Still for a little while, television has done its work. It has soothed and instructed, comforted and compared, distracted and judged. The family climbs the stairs carrying the glow with them, and downstairs in the quiet living room the television sits in the dark ready to turn on again tomorrow and show them another family nobody could live up to. If you are between the ages of 13 and 19 in 1950s America, congratulations. You're now a national emergency with acne. Yesterday you were a child, a polished little proof of family discipline combed, scrubbed and sent to school with a lunchbox and mild fear of authority. Today your hair is too long, your skirt is too full, your jeans are too tight, your music is too loud, and every adult within a 3-block radius is convinced you are one jukebox song away from destroying Western civilization. Welcome to the teenage years. Please keep your hands visible and your collar respectable. The 1950s did not invent teenagers, but it certainly learned to fear them in high definition. Suddenly there they were, boys with slicked back hair and rolled cuffs, girls in poodle skirts, saddle shoes, lipstick applied with the seriousness of a secret treaty, young people with allowance money, part-time jobs, radios, records, cars to dream about, and opinions that arrived before anyone had granted permission. For parents who had spent years building order out of mortgages, casseroles, church attendance, and lawn care, this was unsettling. A teenager was not fully a child anymore, but not safely an adult either. A teenager was an unlicensed emotional vehicle operating on public roads. And then came rock and roll. The radio is the first accomplice. It sits in the bedroom, the kitchen, the car, the soda shop, glowing softly, humming with possibility. You turn the dial past the respectable music your parents understand, past the crooners, the orchestras, the programs with sponsors who sound like they sell floor polish to widows, and then you find it. A beat, a guitar, a voice that does not sound like it is asking permission. Suddenly the room changes. The wallpaper is still the same. The bedspread is still tucked. Your homework is still sitting there judging you from the desk. But the music has opened a little door in the wall, and through that door is motion, noise, freedom, danger, and possibly Elvis Presley's hips, which adults discuss as if they are a public health crisis. You turn the volume up, not too much, just enough. From downstairs, mother calls your name. Turn that down. You turn it down 1 inch. This is not obedience. This is negotiation. Rock and roll frightened adults because it carried something they could not easily fold, polish, starch, or place behind curtains. It had rhythm. It had heat. It had young bodies moving in ways that did not resemble square dancing under supervision. It made teenagers feel like they owned something that did not come from parents, teachers, ministers, principals, or the nice people at the PTA refreshment table. That was dangerous. Not because every song led to rebellion. Most teenagers still had homework chores, curfews, and fathers who could appear in doorways with the silent authority of unpaid bills. But the music made the hidden part of youth audible. Restlessness, desire, impatience, the feeling that the whole adult world was smiling too tightly and calling it normal. Parents heard the beat and imagined disaster, juvenile delinquency, leather jackets, drag racing, backseats, bad company, boys with combs in their pockets, girls who said no with their mouths but yes with their lipstick, according to adults who seemed to have learned everything about youth culture from Panic and magazine articles. At school the rules tighten. Dress codes become moral architecture. Boys' hair must not fall too low. Shirts must be tucked. Belts worn. Girls' skirts must reach acceptable territory, defined by adults with rulers and no sense of drama. Lipstick must not be too bright. Sweaters must not be too tight. Shoes must be proper. Gum is suspicious. Slouching is suspicious. Laughing too loudly in the hallway is suspicious. Existing with confidence is suspicious. The principal watches the corridors like a border guard. Teachers look over their glasses. Parents say, "We just don't want you falling in with the wrong crowd." The wrong crowd is never clearly defined. It can mean boys who smoke behind the gym, girls who wear too much eyeliner, kids who listen to rhythm and blues records, teenagers who drive around after dark, anyone whose shirt is not tucked in, anyone whose family is considered a little different, anyone who seems too free. The wrong crowd in practice is whatever makes adults feel that the world is slipping out of their hands. And maybe it is. Just a little. The malt shop becomes a theatre of teenage life. After school you gather beneath bright lights and chrome stools surrounded by the smell of fries, soda syrup, waxed floors, and possibility. The jukebox glows in the corner like a forbidden shrine. Coins slide in. Buttons are pressed. Music pours out, and for 2 minutes and 30 seconds the adult world loses its grip. Boys lean against counters with exaggerated boredom. Girls sit in groups laughing, carefully watching everything. Someone orders a Coke. Someone splits fries. Someone says they heard a new song. Someone says their cousin saw Elvis on television, and their father nearly swallowed his cigarette. Everyone laughs, but everyone understands the stakes. The malt shop is public enough to be safe and private enough to feel dangerous. Adults can imagine what happens there, which means their imaginations immediately become worse than reality. Mostly teenagers talk. They flirt awkwardly. They practice coolness. They trade rumors. They pretend not to care who is looking at them while caring deeply, spiritually, catastrophically. The car is the next stage. Not every teenager has one. Most do not. But every teenager understands what a car means. A car is not just wheels. It is air, distance, privacy. A chance to leave the porch, the living room, the school hallway, the church basement, and the neighborhood gaze. Even borrowing the family car for one evening can feel like being handed the keys to another version of yourself. Dad knows this. That is why he gives the rules slowly, heavily, as if reading from a legal document. Be back by 10. No speeding. No fooling around. Don't let anyone else drive. Stay on the main roads. And if anything happens to this car, don't bother coming home. This last statement is not literal. Probably. Mother stands nearby, looking worried and proud and already regretting the entire invention of the automobile. She tells you to drive carefully. She tells you to call if you're going to be late, though calling late may itself trigger a household investigation. She tells you not to go anywhere you should not go, which is another wonderfully vague adult phrase useful, because it can be applied after the fact to almost anything. You drive away, or your friend drives, or someone older drives while everyone else piles in, sliding across bench seats, windows down, radio on the whole car filled with hair tonic perfume, nervous laughter, and the smell of freedom mixed with gasoline. Main Street becomes a parade route. Teenagers cruise slowly, seeing and being seen. Every stoplight is a stage. Every glance matters. Every car carries its own little drama. Who is sitting next to whom? Who waved? Who did not wave? Who has a cigarette? Who is trying to look older? Who is secretly terrified of being caught by a parent's friend because in a 1950s town your mother somehow has agents everywhere. The drive-in movie is even more dangerous in the adult imagination. A giant screen-dark parking spaces, speakers hanging from car windows, popcorn soda, and an entire night built around plausible deniability. You're there to see the picture, of course, the monster movie, the western, the romantic comedy, the thing with the giant insect, because the 1950s had strong feelings about radiation and bugs. But everyone knows the real feature may be happening in the back row. Parents know it too. That is why dating rules are elaborate enough to require maps. Who are you going with? Who else will be there? What time does it start? What time does it end? Will her parents be home? Will his parents be driving? Is this a group outing? What do you mean just driving around? Just driving around may be the most suspicious phrase in the teenage language. Dating in the 1950s often came wrapped in rituals meant to control the uncertainty. Boys were expected to ask. Girls were expected to be asked. Parents expected to meet someone at the door, inspect his hair, shoes, car manners, and future prospects in about 40 seconds. A boy who honked from the driveway might as well have thrown a brick through the family's respectability. He comes to the door. He says, "Hello, sir." He says, "Hello, Mom." He stands there holding himself together under the gaze of a father who has suddenly remembered every foolish thought he had at 17 and would now like to prevent history from repeating itself near his daughter. Mother smiles, but her eyes are measuring. The daughter descends in a skirt sweater, polished shoes, and a perfume cloud of hope and terror. Everyone pretends this is casual. It is not casual. It is a treaty negotiation with lipstick. And underneath all of it is the great parental fear. Not just that teenagers will disobey. That is ordinary. Parents expect disobedience the way lawns expect weeds. The deeper fear is that teenagers will stop believing in the family script, that they will hear the music and want something louder, that they will see the open road and want something wider, that daughters will question sweetness, that sons will question silence, that children raised to polish themselves into proof will begin asking what all that polish has been hiding. Rebellion in the 1950s did not always look like crime. Sometimes it looked like a girl wanting to go to college instead of marrying quickly. Sometimes it looked like a boy who did not want his father's job, his father's haircut, or his father's tired chair. Sometimes it looked like interracial music crossing into white suburban bedrooms, carrying sounds and styles adults had tried to keep separate. Sometimes it looked like young people drawn to cultures, clothes, rhythms, and friendships that exposed how narrow the official picture had been. Adults called it trouble. Teenagers called it life, not always politely. At home, the arguments begin. Turn that music down. Why? Because I said so. That is the whole constitution of the household. You're not wearing that. Everyone wears this. You're not everyone. Another constitutional amendment. Where are you going out? Out where just out. No one in family history has ever won an argument beginning with just out. The house that once controlled the child's socks, hair, lunchbox, bedtime, and elbows now finds itself negotiating with someone who has begun to develop a private world. A teenager has secrets, not always terrible secrets. Sometimes just harmless ones. A crush, a song lyric copied into a notebook, a movie ticket stub, a letter, a dream of leaving town someday. But to parents, secrecy feels like the front door cracking open. Mother worries in the kitchen. Father worries in the chair. The teenager worries in the bedroom loudly with the radio on. The bedroom becomes new territory. Posters, records, hairbrushes, school books, hidden magazines, a drawer no one should open, a diary perhaps guarded with the faith of a bank vault and the lock strength of a paperclip. The room is still inside the family house, but it no longer fully belongs to the family. That is the beginning of adulthood, and everyone feels it. The funny thing is most 1950s teenagers were not trying to overthrow society before dinner. Many still went to school, did chores, attended church, respected curfews and feared report cards. They wanted approval and freedom at the same time, which is the basic teenage condition in every era. They wanted their parents to trust them while giving their parents many creative reasons not to. But the culture around them made everything feel larger. A record was not just a record. It was a symptom. A dance was not just a dance. It was moral drift. A hairstyle was not just a hairstyle. It was a declaration of war against barbershop's fathers and possibly the Republic. And yet late at night, when the house finally quiets, the teenager lies in bed listening to distant music from a small radio under the pillow. The volume is low, the signal fades in and out. Somewhere out there other teenagers are listening too, in other bedrooms, other towns, other houses with polished living rooms and fathers in chairs and mothers who are still awake. The song travels through the dark like a secret handshake. For a few minutes you're not just someone's child, you're part of something wider, something moving, something adults can hear but not fully understand. Tomorrow morning the rules will return, the dress code, the homework, the curfew, the warnings about bad influences, the principal's eyes, mother's worry, father's silence. The whole respectable machine will start up again polished and humming. But tonight, beneath the blanket with the radio turned low and the world asleep, rebellion does not look like a switchblade or a headline. It looks like a teenager smiling quietly in the dark, keeping time with a beat no one downstairs can stop. In the 1950s, marriage was not just a relationship. It was an operating system. A full household manual with no index, very few updates, and a surprising number of instructions involving casseroles, neckties, and not embarrassing each other in public. You got married and suddenly everyone knew who you were supposed to become. The man became the provider. The woman became the homemaker. The house became the stage. The children became the proof. And if anyone felt confused, disappointed, lonely, restless, or quietly alarmed by how quickly life had narrowed into assigned lanes, well, there was always coffee, cigarettes, church television, and the blessed American strategy of not bringing it up at dinner. Let's step into a young 1950s marriage. The wedding picture is still new. Mother keeps it in a frame, maybe on the dresser, maybe in the living room where guests can admire the lace, the suit, the flowers, the promise. There they are standing together outside a church or banquet hall, smiling like people who have been handed a map to happiness. The map looks simple. He works. She keeps house. He provides. She supports. He makes decisions. She makes dinner. He worries about the world outside. She makes the world inside pleasant enough for him to survive it. This was the ideal, at least the one repeated in magazines' advice columns, advertisements, sermons, school lessons, and the quiet pressure of relatives who had extremely strong opinions about what a good wife should do with a roast chicken. Not every family lived this way. Some women worked outside the home. Some men were more tender, more involved, more helpful, more complicated than the stereotype allowed. Some marriages were partnerships in ways the glossy pictures never admitted. Working-class families, black families, immigrant families, rural families, and many others often lived outside the neat suburban script. But the ideal was powerful, and ideals, once they move into the house, are very hard to get out of the curtains. The husband had his side of the bargain. He was supposed to be steady, capable, employed, decisive, good with tools, money, cars, insurance forms, lawn mowers, and any mysterious noise coming from the basement. If something broke, he was expected to either fix it or stand near it with a wrench until the family felt reassured. He was supposed to be the head of the household. That phrase carried enormous weight. Head of the household. It sounds dignified until you realize it also means everyone expects you to know what to do, even when you are tired, underpaid, confused by the furnace, and secretly unsure whether adulthood was explained on a day you were absent. A 1950s husband could not easily say, "I don't know." He could say, "I'll take care of it," even if he had no idea how. He could say, "Let me think," which meant he would sit in his chair behind the newspaper until either a solution appeared or mother solved it quietly and let him keep his dignity. He could say, "We'll see," which was a fatherly phrase meaning no, probably, but I would like to avoid open conflict until after supper. The wife had an even more elaborate script. She was supposed to be supportive, cheerful, attractive, economical, patient, tidy, maternal, sociable, modest, romantic, practical, and somehow relaxed while doing 15 jobs before noon. She was expected to create a home so comfortable that her husband could return from work and feel restored, as if the house were a small private resort with laundry service and emotional lighting. But she was not supposed to look like the labor cost her anything. That was the trick. The ideal wife made comfort look natural. Meals appeared, shirts were clean, children behaved, birthdays were remembered, curtains matched, the floor shone. The husband's favourite chair waited. If he came home tired, she softened the landing. If he was irritable, she smoothed the air. If money was tight, she stretched the groceries. If guests arrived, she smiled like she'd been expecting them all along, and definitely had not hidden a pile of laundry in the bathtub. Marriage advice often told women to keep the home pleasant, to avoid nagging, to look nice for their husbands, to manage the children before father came home, and to make domestic life feel peaceful. Peaceful for whom was not always examined closely. A good wife learned to read the room before the husband entered it. Was dinner ready? Were the children too loud? Was the living room presentable? Was there a bill on the table that should be moved until later? Had something gone wrong that could be described calmly enough not to ruin the evening the husband came home from work? The wife prepared the home for his return. That was the ritual. It could be loving. It could also be exhausting. Because the marriage was not just between two people. It was supervised by everyone: parents, neighbors, church, employers, magazines, children. The whole culture leaned over the fence and said, "Here is how this should look. The husband should not appear weak. The wife should not appear dissatisfied. The children should not appear unmanaged. The house should not appear strained. And marriage trouble, if it existed, should remain indoors with the windows shut." Divorce was possible, of course, but in many communities it carried real stigma, especially for women. Separation, unhappiness, emotional distance, even cruelty or neglect could be hidden behind phrases like, "They're having difficulties," or "she's been under strain." People knew things. They just often wrapped them in softer language like leftovers in wax paper. A marriage could be troubled for years and still look perfectly fine from the sidewalk. That was one of the dark arts of the decade. There were rules for arguments too. Do not fight in front of company. Do not fight loudly enough for the neighbours. Do not fight in front of the children unless the children are supposedly asleep, which every child knows is when adults become most interesting. Do not bring up money at the table. Do not insult his work. Do not insult her housekeeping. Do not compare him to another man. Do not compare her to another wife. Do not say the thing that cannot be unsaid. So couples learn to argue indirectly. A slammed cabinet, a newspaper folded too sharply, a dinner plate set down harder than necessary, a bright voice that meant danger, a quiet voice that meant worse. The children heard these things and became experts in domestic weather. They knew when mother's silence had changed texture. They knew when dad's chair was less a chair and more a storm shelter. They knew when to stop asking questions and become invisible near the stairs. Marriage in the 1950s often depended on roles so clear they could feel comforting. Everybody knew what was expected. That can be soothing, especially in a world full of Cold War fear, fast-changed new suburbs and old memories of hardship. A man knew he was needed. A woman knew she mattered to the daily life of the home. Children knew where to sit, when to speak, and who carved the roast. But clear roles can become cages when no one is allowed to question the lock. What if he hated his job? What if she missed the ambition she once had? What if he wanted to be gentler but had never seen a man do it? What if she wanted help but had been told good wives managed? What if the children needed more than discipline and clean socks? What if both husband and wife were lonely in the same house, separated not by lack of love but by the rules that told them what love was supposed to look like? These questions rarely entered the living room directly. They hid in routines. He fixes the screen door instead of saying he is scared. She bakes a cake instead of saying she feels unseen. He brings home a paycheck instead of saying he loves them. She folds his shirts instead of saying she needs rest. Both are speaking. Neither is fully heard. And yet there were real moments of tenderness inside these marriages. A husband warming the car before church. A wife saving the best piece of pie. A quiet hand on a shoulder after bad news. Two people doing dishes side by side after guests leave, too tired to talk but not wanting to be alone. A shared laugh over a child's ridiculous school project. A glance across the dinner table that says we survived today. Love often had to travel through duty. Sometimes it made it. Sometimes it got lost. The rules nobody questioned were not always shouted. They were inherited, passed down in jokes, habits, wedding gifts, advice, silence, and the way adults said that's just how it is. Men don't talk about such things. Women are better at the home. Boys need discipline. Girls need manners. Husbands need respect. Wives need patience. Children need not know. Every sentence sounded reasonable to someone. Together they built a house with narrow hallways. By late evening, the couple is alone at last. The children are in bed. The television is low. The kitchen is mostly clean. The refrigerator hums. The street outside is dark and orderly. Dad sits in his chair. Mother sits nearby, perhaps mending something, perhaps folding something, perhaps just holding a cup of coffee that has gone cold again. They might talk, a little, about tomorrow, about a bill, about the children, about the car, about church on Sunday, practical things, safe things, things with handles. The deeper things remain in the room too, but softer now, moving in the dim light like dust. Maybe they both feel them. Maybe neither has the words. So they sit together in the quiet, two people inside a life that has given them roles before giving them permission to be fully known. In the morning the script will begin again. He will shave and leave for work. She will make the house ready. He will carry the family into the world. She will hold the world inside the family, and from the outside through the picture window it will look almost perfect. That was the bargain. That was the burden. That was marriage when the rules were so familiar that many people forgot they were rules at all. There is a reason the smiling 1950s family photograph looks so tidy. Someone has been cropped out, not always with scissors, not always with a cruel hand reaching for the picture frame. Sometimes the cropping happened long before the camera clicked. In the bank office, at the real estate desk, in the school district line, at the country club gate, in the church pew nobody offered, at the swimming pool with a sign, a rule, a silence, or just a look that said this place was not built with you in mind. The official picture of the 1950s American family is very familiar. Father in a suit, mother in pearls, children shining like newly waxed apples, a ranch house or Cape Cod home behind them, a lawn, a driveway, a car with chrome bright enough to make the sun feel underdressed, a refrigerator humming in the kitchen, a television glowing in the living room, a neighborhood where the sidewalks are clean, the mailboxes match, and every child appears to have been issued the same haircut by the Department of Respectability. It is a powerful picture. It is also incomplete. Because the American family dream of the 1950s was not handed out evenly like sandwiches at a church picnic. Some families were welcomed into the dream with mortgages, highways, schools, lawns, and government-backed confidence. Other families stood outside the frame, close enough to see the lights in the windows, but far enough away to understand that the welcome mat did not always mean welcome. Let's walk down a perfect suburban street. The lawns are trimmed, the houses are fresh, the curtains match. Fathers leave in the morning for office jobs. Mothers push strollers or hang laundry. Children ride bicycles with playing cards clipped to the spokes, making that lovely little rattling sound of childhood pretending to be a motorcycle. Everything looks peaceful, and that is where the trouble begins. Because peace in some neighborhoods depended on exclusion. Not the loud kind always, not someone standing in the street shouting. Often it was quieter, more polished, more respectable. A sentence in a deed, a phone call from a realtor, a mortgage application that went nowhere, a bank officer clearing his throat, a neighborhood association saying they only wanted to preserve the character of the community, as if character were a fragile china cup that could be cracked by the wrong family moving in. Restrictive covenants were part of this world. In many places they had been used to limit who could buy or occupy certain homes. Even when legal structures changed, the social habits behind them did not vanish overnight. Families could still be guided away, priced out, discouraged, ignored, or treated as if their presence were a neighborhood emergency. It was all very tidy. That was the disturbing part. Discrimination did not always arrive wearing a villain's cape. Sometimes it arrived in a suit carrying paperwork saying, "We just don't think this would be a good fit." A good fit. There it is again. One of those soft phrases that can hide a hard wall. For many black families, and for some Jewish families, immigrant families, Mexican American families, Asian American families, Native families, and others depending on place and community, the 1950s dream came with locked doors. Not every door, not everywhere, not in the same way for everyone. History is too complicated for that. But enough doors were closed that the postcard version of suburban life became less a national promise than a guarded room. And inside that guarded room, people told themselves they had earned everything by simply being respectable. Respectability was the language everyone understood. Nice neighborhood, good schools, stable families, property values, safe streets. These phrases sounded harmless at the dinner table. They sounded almost responsible. Who does not want safety? Who does not want good schools? Who does not want children playing in a quiet street where the greatest danger is a rogue baseball? And Mrs. Henderson's opinion of your shrubs, but beneath those phrases there could be a whole machinery of exclusion. A family's class mattered too. The 1950s dream was expensive even when people called it affordable. The house came with a mortgage, the car came with payments, the refrigerator came with installments, the good school district came with a price hidden in the land itself, the respectable clothes, the church donations, the school events, the birthday parties, the curtains that matched from the street, all of it cost money. Families who could not keep up were not always pitied. Often they were judged. A child wearing worn shoes might be seen as neglected. A mother working outside the home might be admired in some communities and quietly questioned in others. A father between jobs could become a whisper before he became a person. A house with peeling paint was not just a house needing paint. It was a warning sign, a little flag planted in the lawn saying something here may not be properly managed. Class was everywhere, in the lunchbox, in the car, in the church clothes, in the neighborhood where you lived and the neighborhood where you were told you would be happier somewhere else. The mainstream family ideal pretended that everyone was standing at the same starting line, holding the same shopping list, waiting to buy the same toaster. But some families had access to better wages, safer loans, stronger schools and neighborhoods that gained value over time. Others were boxed into crowded housing, lower-paid work, inferior schools, or communities starved of investment, and then blamed for showing the strain. It is a neat trick. Deny people the same doorway, then criticize the porch they build outside. Of course, none of this means that families outside the famous picture had no warmth, no pride, no beauty, no order, no joy. That would be another kind of erasure. There were black families with Sunday dinners, pressed clothes, careful manners, church songs, school ambitions, polished shoes, and mothers who could stretch $1 with the skill of a magician under pressure. There were working-class families in small houses, apartments, farms, mining towns, factory neighborhoods, and city blocks where children knew every stoop, every shopkeeper, every safe shortcut, and every adult who might report them to their mother before supper. There were immigrant families holding on to languages, recipes, rituals, and old country habits, while their children learned to sound American at school and still come home hungry for something not served in the cafeteria. There were single mothers, widows, divorced, parents, grandparents, raising children, relatives, sharing cramped rooms, families taking in boarders, families sending money to someone else, families whose lives were not tidy enough for television, but were full of endurance, humour, discipline, tenderness, and complicated love. They were not outside family life. They were outside the approved picture of family life. That difference matters. The television did not often show them. Advertisements did not build the national dream around them. Magazines did not always place them in the clean kitchen with the new appliance. The famous American family was sold in a narrow frame, and the frame taught people what counted as normal. Normal had a lawn. Normal had a father in the office and a mother at home. Normal had white children in neat bedrooms. Normal had a refrigerator full of food and a living room free of visible struggle. Normal had neighbours who looked familiar enough not to make anyone ask questions, and if your life did not fit, that the culture could make you feel like the failure was yours. That was one of the quietest pressures of the decade. Not merely being excluded, being made to believe the exclusion proved something about you. Imagine a child watching television in 1957 from a crowded apartment, a segregated neighbourhood, a rural home without the same conveniences, or a working-class street where fathers came home with factory dust instead of briefcases. The television family smiles back. Their house is larger. Their problems are gentler. Their mother never seems to count grocery money. Their father always has time for a lesson. Their children do not translate bills for a parent, dodge insults on the way to school, or understand which stores treat them coldly. The child watches and learns quietly that America has a favourite family. This does not mean the child believes the picture completely. Children are smarter than adults think. They know when something is staged. They know when the world on television has been scrubbed too clean. Still, repetition has power. Night after night, the same image says this is the dream. This is the centre. This is who belongs without explanation. Everyone else must explain themselves. For families of colour, the 1950s also carried the daily burden of navigating public spaces that could be openly segregated, unevenly served, or socially hostile. Schools, parks, swimming pools, restaurants, hospitals, unions, workplaces, and neighbourhoods were not just places on a map. They were tests. Could you enter? Would you be served? Would your children be safe? Would someone call the police, the manager, the neighbours, or simply stare long enough to make the message clear? A white middle-class family might worry about matching curtains. Another family might worry whether they could buy the house at all. Both worries are real to the people living them. They are not equal. That is the balance we have to keep when we look back. Nostalgia can be warm without becoming blind. We can remember the smell of pot roast, the sound of screen doors, the glow of televisions, the comfort of neighbourhood routines, and still admit that many of those routines rested on boundaries that harmed people. The picket fence was charming. It was also a fence. Sometimes the exclusion was written. Sometimes it was spoken. Sometimes it was enforced through money. Sometimes through silence. Sometimes through fear. Sometimes through the polite smile of someone who would rather not say what they mean because saying it plainly would ruin the respectable tone of the afternoon. And respectability was everything. That is why this part of the story belongs inside the family story. Race and class were not separate from the 1950s American family. They shaped where families lived, what schools children attended, what jobs parents could get, what loans were available, what churches felt welcoming, what streets felt safe, and whether a family's desire for an ordinary life was treated as natural or threatening. The dream home did not float above history. It was built on land, and land always has a history. So when we look at the perfect 1950s family picture, we should let our eyes move to the edges, past the smiling father, past the mother's careful dress, past the children lined up like proof, past the new refrigerator, the television set, the polished car, the bright lawn. Look at the families not shown. The families who cleaned, built, served, rented, waited, fought, moved, saved, endured, and made homes in places the national picture ignored. Look at the mothers who kept children safe in neighborhoods denied the same resources. The fathers who worked hard in jobs that did not come with the dignity television gave to men in grey suits. The children who learned early which doors opened easily and which did not. They were there. They were always there. The story was simply not arranged around them. Night settles over the suburb now. The picture windows glow. The cars cool in driveways. The living rooms flicker blue. Inside, families eat dessert, watch television, fold laundry, whisper about bills, and send children to bed. From a distance, it all looks like one peaceful America. But just beyond the frame, another America is awake too, watching, working, waiting, building its own tables, its own rituals, its own songs, its own forms of belonging. And if we listen carefully, the silence around the old family photograph begins to change. The missing voices do not ruin the picture. They tell us what the picture was afraid to show. In the 1950s, American home sadness had excellent manners. It did not throw itself across the living room. It did not interrupt dinner. It did not sit at the table and say, "Excuse me, I believe everyone here is quietly overwhelmed." No. Sadness learned to wear lipstick. It learned to shave before breakfast. It learned to fold laundry, mow lawns, pack lunches, polish shoes, and say fine when someone asked how things were going. It learned to sit behind newspapers, hum along to the radio stir gravy, and disappear into words like nerves, fatigue, tension, and just a little rundown. Nobody was depressed. They were tired. Nobody was anxious. They had nerves. Nobody was lonely. They needed to get out more. Nobody was breaking. They were just having one of those days. That was the language of the house. Soft language. Polite language. Language that took anything frightening and wrapped it in wax paper so it could be placed neatly in the back of the refrigerator until everyone forgot it was there. Let's begin in the kitchen, because most private suffering in the 1950s eventually passed through the kitchen. Mother stands at the sink after lunch, hands in warm water, staring out the window at the backyard. The dishes are almost done. The children are at school. Dad is at work. The radio's playing something gentle, maybe a crooner, maybe an advertisement promising that a brighter kitchen floor can improve the entire emotional climate of the home. She should feel grateful. That is what makes it worse. She has the house, the husband, the children, the appliances, the curtains, the grocery account, the church circle, the neighbors who wave, the life the magazine said would make her complete. And yet some afternoons the silence in the house gets so wide she can almost hear herself disappearing inside it. But she does not say that. What would she say? I am lonely in the house I worked so hard to make beautiful. That sentence has nowhere to go. So she says she is tired. Tired is acceptable. Tired can be solved with coffee and nap if one is morally defensible, or a new tonic recommended by someone's cousin. Tired does not threaten the family structure. Tired does not ask whether the whole arrangement is too heavy for one woman's shoulders. Tired is safe. The doctor might call it nerves. A touch of nerves. A vague little phrase with a soft upholstered sound. Nerves could explain headaches, crying spells, restlessness, sleeplessness, irritability, exhaustion, and the strange feeling that you're living inside a life that looks right from the street, but does not quite fit under your skin. There might be pills. There might be advice to rest. There might be a recommendation to take things easier, which is charming because nobody explains who will make dinner while she's taking things easier. There might be a suggestion that she join a club, get more fresh air, spend time with other women, or remember how fortunate she is. Remember how fortunate you are. A sentence that sounds like comfort and lands like a locked door. Father has his own silence. His sadness does not stand at the sink. It sits in the car after work with the engine off, just for a minute. The driveway's quiet. The house glows in front of him. He can see the curtains, the kitchen light, maybe a child's bicycle tipped over near the garage. Inside are the people he loves, and the responsibilities that make love feel like a second job. He has worked all day. He has been useful all day. He has nodded at supervisors, answered questions, swallowed irritation, calculated money, watched younger men move faster. Older men look defeated and wondered whether he is becoming the sort of man who sits in the same chair every night, because he does not know where else to put himself. But he cannot say that either. Men are not supposed to have nerves. Men have pressure. Men have long days. Men have headaches, ulcers, back trouble, and a temper if the world pushes too hard. If Dad is sad, the family calls him quiet. If he is worried, they call him serious. If he is withdrawn, they say he needs rest. If he snaps, they say work has been hard. The world gives him many names for pain, as long as none of them require him to kneel beside his child's bed and whisper, "I am scared too." So he gets out of the car, he goes inside, he says fine, and the house accepts the word like exact change. Children feel the sadness before they understand it. They notice Mother's voice too bright in the afternoon. They notice Dad's fork moving slowly at dinner. They notice when laughter stops the moment they enter a room. They notice when adults say everything is all right in a tone that proves absolutely nothing is all right. Children are excellent weather instruments. They can detect storms hidden behind wallpaper, but in the 1950s, home children are not invited to ask certain questions. If they ask why Mother is crying, someone says she is tired. If they ask why Dad is angry, someone says he had a hard day. If they ask why Aunt Ruth has gone away for a while, someone says she needed a rest. If they ask what that means, someone says they will understand when they are older. When you are older is where adults put the truth. It is a storage room with no key, so children learn to translate. Tired means sad. Hard day means don't ask. Rest means something happened. Fine means the conversation is over. They also learn not to add to the burden. Be good. Be quiet. Don't make trouble. Don't upset your mother. Don't bother your father. The child becomes careful which adults may praise as maturity, not realizing maturity has arrived too early, wearing pajamas and listening from the stairs. Mental health was not absent in the 1950s. It was everywhere. It simply moved under different names. It lived in medicine cabinets, in cocktail glasses, in cigarettes glowing beside ashtrays, in headaches, in backaches, in sleepless nights, in women who cleaned already clean rooms because movement was easier than thought, in men who disappeared into garages, hobbies, bars, work, or the blue flicker of television, in children who became funny, quiet, perfect, difficult, or invisible depending on what the house required. Some people did seek medical help. Some found relief. Some were treated gently. Others were misunderstood, dismissed, medicated too casually, institutionalized too quickly, or told to endure what should have been named. The era's language and options were limited, and the stigma could be heavy. A person struggling emotionally might become a family secret, not because no one cared, often because people cared deeply and were frightened of what naming the problem might do. A family's reputation was fragile. A mother who could not manage might be whispered about. A father who could not work might become a tragedy everyone discussed indirectly. A child with serious distress might be labelled difficult, spoiled, sensitive, or in need of discipline long before anyone asked what pain had been trying to say. The culture loved optimism. Optimism was practically a household product. You could scrub with it, cook with it, advertise with it, raise children under it, and use it to cover cracks in the wall. Look on the bright side, count your blessings, Keep your chin up. It could be worse. Tomorrow is another day. Smile. These phrases were not always cruel. Sometimes they helped people survive. But when optimism becomes mandatory, sorrow has to sneak around the house in slippers. It hides in the bathroom where mother closes the door and takes a breath before returning to the children. It hides in the garage where father pretends to organize tools while staring at nothing. It hides in the bedroom where two married people lie side by side in the dark, each awake, each silent, each assuming the other is sleeping. It hides in the laundry, the lawn, the lunchbox, the church pew, the office elevator, the school hallway. It hides so well that years later families look back and say nobody talked about those things then. But silence is not the same as absence. There were small escapes. Coffee with a neighbour, a cigarette on the back step, a drive alone to the store, a church hymn that gave shape to sorrow without saying the household names, a late-night drink poured over ice, a radio program that made someone laugh unexpectedly, a child's hand slipping into mother's, dad fixing a toy without being asked, a woman at bridge club saying quietly, "I know," and meaning more than anyone else in the room dared to say. Those moments mattered. They were not cures. They were little windows. Sometimes the house softened. Sometimes people found ways to care for each other inside the limits they had inherited. A husband might not say the right words, but he might warm the car, bring home medicine, stand beside a hospital bed, or hold a child awkwardly but sincerely. A wife might not name her exhaustion, but she might find comfort in another woman's kitchen where the coffee was strong and the truth could be hinted at between recipes. People were not emotionless. They were often under-instructed. They had feelings. They simply lacked permission language time and sometimes safety to express them fully. So the sadness settled into routines: morning coffee, afternoon ironing, evening news, Sunday church, monthly bills, school notes, birthday cakes, Christmas cards. All the ordinary machinery of family life kept moving, and perhaps that was the great strength and the great sorrow of the 1950s home. People endured. They made beds, packed lunches, went to work, paid bills, swept porches, attended meetings, and showed up for one another in practical ways. They built lives out of duty and repetition. But many also carried burdens that deserved more tenderness than the culture knew how to offer. By night time, the house is quiet again. The children sleep, or pretend to. The television is off. The living room is dark. The refrigerator hums. A clock ticks in the hallway. Somewhere upstairs, mother turns over carefully, trying not to wake Dad. Somewhere beside her, Dad lies still staring into the dark with his eyes open. Neither speaks, not because there is nothing to say, because there is too much. The day has been full of words, homework words, dinner words, work words, neighbor words, church words, polite words, useful words. But the deep words, the ones that might have changed the air, remain folded inside them. I am lonely. I am afraid. I am tired of being strong. I need help. I do not know who I am outside this role. I love you, but I do not know how to reach you. Those words sleep in the room too, quietly, patiently, waiting for another decade, another vocabulary, another kind of courage. And in the morning the alarm will ring. The coffee will start. The children will need breakfast. Dad will shave. Mother will smile. The house will stretch itself back into respectability. Sadness will rise with everyone else, comb its hair, put on shoes, and behave. So here we are at the end of the long hallway. The house is quiet now. The television has gone dark. The dinner plates are washed. The children are older than they were when we began. Dad's chair sits empty in the corner, holding the shape of a man who spent most of his life being needed and not always understood. Mother's kitchen is still, but if you listen closely, you can almost hear the soft echo of her footsteps moving from stove to sink, from sink to table, from table to laundry, carrying the whole family day in her hands. Outside, the lawn is trimmed, the curtains are drawn, the refrigerator hums, and somewhere in the silver frame on the mantel, the 1950s American family is still smiling. That is why it haunts us. Not because it was perfect, because it looked perfect so convincingly. The old photographs are powerful. Father in a suit, mother in a dress, children lined up in stiff little clothes shining like they've been polished for inspection, a car in the driveway, a Christmas tree in the corner, a birthday cake on the table, the good couch, the clean carpet, the curtains, the wall clock, the television set, the lamp glowing softly beside a stack of magazines no one was allowed to disturb. Look at those pictures long enough and you can almost smell the floor wax. You can almost hear the percolator. You can almost feel the scratch of a starched collar and the plastic sofa cover sticking to the backs of your legs, like the furniture is trying to keep you for evidence. It is easy to say things were simpler then, and in some small ways maybe they were. The days had a rhythm: breakfast, school, work, dinner, television, bed. The grocery store had fewer choices though, still somehow too many kinds of gelatin. The neighborhood had familiar faces. Children played outside until the porch lights came on. Families gathered around one screen instead of disappearing into 5. The mail came. The milkman came. The church bells rang. Saturday smelled like cut grass and gasoline. Sunday smelled like polished shoes, perfume, and somebody's casserole waiting under foil. There was beauty in that. We should not pretend there wasn't. People made homes with care. Mothers remembered everything. Fathers fixed what they could. Children learned the secret geography of sidewalks, backyards, schoolyards, basements, and forbidden living rooms. Neighbors brought soup when someone was sick. Families saved, stretched, repaired, reused, and endured. There were ordinary acts of love everywhere, tucked into lunchboxes, warm coats, sharpened pencils, clean sheets, and fathers checking the tires before a road trip. But nostalgia becomes dangerous when it edits too much. The 1950s family haunts American memory because it asks us to remember comfort and pressure at the same time. It was a shelter. It was also a stage. The house protected people from the outside world and then asked them to perform inside it. Mother had to make the home smile even when she was tired enough to stare through the kitchen window and forget what she'd been doing. Father had to provide commute-to-side repair discipline and stay quiet even when his own fear was sitting beside him in the car. Children had to be clean, polite, grateful, and presentable, little ambassadors of a household that might be far more complicated than their shoes suggested. The family ate together, but feelings were not always served. The living room was beautiful, but nobody could quite live in it. The neighborhood felt safe, but only if you followed the rules. The church offered comfort, but also measured respectability. The PTA gave women influence, but often wrapped it in unpaid labor and frosting. The new refrigerator promised abundance, but hummed beside a payment book. The basement held canned peaches and the end of the world. The television showed perfect families nobody could become. Teenagers heard rock and roll and realized the walls were thinner than adults thought. Marriage gave people roles before it always gave them language. Race and class decided who was welcomed into the picture and who was pushed to the edges. Sadness wore the name nerves. Exhaustion wore lipstick. Fear read the newspaper. Loneliness folded towels. And still the family kept going. That is the part that stays with us. Not the perfection, the effort. The stubborn daily effort of ordinary people trying to make life look stable while history pressed against the windows. They lived with Cold War fear and school drills with mortgages and grocery budgets, with old expectations and new appliances, with advertisements telling them happiness could be purchased in boxes, bottles, powders, cars, and chrome. They lived in a world that praised optimism so loudly that many people learned to hide their doubts under the rug right next to the crumbs Mother had already vacuumed twice that morning. And yet, they laughed. They did. They laughed at kitchen tables in church basements, in cars that overheated on vacation, in garages full of unfinished projects, at children's school programs at Thanksgiving, mishaps at jello molds that refused to come out of the pan with dignity. They danced sometimes. They played cards. They watched comedy shows. They whispered after the children went to bed. They kept secrets, yes, but they also kept birthdays, recipes, tools, letters, photographs, and all the small pieces that make a life feel held together. The 1950s family still haunts us because it is close enough to feel familiar and far enough away to feel like a dream. Many of us recognize something in it. A grandmother's kitchen, a father's chair, a porch light, a school picture, a heavy television, a recipe card in old handwriting, the smell of coffee before dawn, a phrase someone used to say, "Don't make a scene, because I said so. Wait until your father gets home. Company is coming. Put on something nice." Those phrases echo. Some are warm, some are heavy, most are both. That is how memory works. It does not come back neatly sorted into good and bad. It comes back as light through curtains, as a hand on a shoulder, as silence after dinner, as the sound of a car pulling into the driveway, as a mother's voice calling from the kitchen, as a father clearing his throat behind the newspaper, as a child lying in bed listening to adults downstairs understanding nothing and everything at once. The family portrait remains because it never told the whole truth, and unfinished truths stay alive. We keep looking at that picture trying to decide what it means. Was it a golden age? Was it a trap? Was it safer? Was it smaller? Was it loving? Was it lonely? The answer is yes, sometimes, depending on the family, the street, the money, the race, the church, the marriage, the child, the silence, the hour of the day. History rarely gives us one clean answer. It gives us rooms, a kitchen with toast burning, a dining table with feelings hidden under napkins, a basement with emergency cans, a living room glowing blue from the television, a bedroom where someone lies awake unable to say the thing that hurts, a front yard where everything looks fine from the sidewalk. And maybe that is why we return to the 1950s American family again and again, not to worship it, not to mock it, but to understand how much can hide inside an ordinary home, how many rules can live inside a smile, how much love can be tangled with duty, how much pressure can be hidden behind a polished floor. Tonight, as the house settles in our imagination, let's look once more through the picture window. There is Dad home from work, sitting in his chair. There is Mother moving softly through the kitchen, still doing one last thing. There are the children half asleep, listening from the stairs. There is the television flickering. There is the refrigerator humming. There is the family portrait smiling from the mantel like a beautiful little lie that also contains real love. That is the strange inheritance. Not a perfect past, a human one. Warm, difficult, funny, unfair, tender, narrow, hopeful, exhausted, and deeply American. So if you enjoyed this quiet walk through the hidden rules and soft shadows of old America, please like this video and subscribe to the Nostalgian. Leave a comment telling me where you're listening from tonight and what time it is where you are. It helps keep these sleepy old stories alive, one porch light, one kitchen table, and one strange little jello mold at a time. For now, let the house grow quiet. Let the curtains close. Let the chairs sit empty. Let the old neighborhood fade into the dark. Tomorrow we will open another doorstep into another forgotten room, and listen for the hidden rules people once lived by without ever saying them out loud. Good night, sleep well, and may your dreams be free of unpaid appliance bills, judgmental neighbors, and gelatin salads that should never have been allowed near vegetables.